Chapter 375. If one were to name the most famous geniuses in the Huangtian mystic realm, Long Out Yin would definitely be one of them. When Long Out Yin was born, the shadow of the ancestor dragon appeared, and the sky was filled with auspicious signs. He had the blood of the emperor dragon, which was the purest and noblest bloodline of the dragon clan. Everyone in Zulong believed that Long Out Yin was qualified to become a saint ancestor. However, Long Out Yin did not disappoint, just as the experts of the lair of Zulong had expected. His talent was amazing. Challenging those of a higher level was as easy as drinking water and eating. His domineering aura made countless geniuses of the current generation willingly submit to him. Many princesses and saintesses were also impressed by Long Out Yin's heroic appearance. They admired him and fell in love with him. Not only that, but Long Out Yin's luck was also off the charts. When Long Out Yin entered the world to train, he once bought a worn-out broadsword from a stall at the price of 1 dawn stone. However, after Long Out Yin baptized his own blood, the worn-out broadsword revealed its original form. It was a dragon soul broadsword that contained the sovereign dragon soul and had reached the level of a supreme weapon. After that, Long Out Yin went to the secret lands of the 4 directions and collected many treasures. Not only that, but he also saved the beauty in the secret lands and captured the beauty's heart. By Mayer, the Heavenly Fox clan's heavenly princess, was once trapped in a deadly array and was rescued by Long Out Yin. She fell hopelessly in love with him. In addition, Long Out Yin always got the best treasures in the auctions. Long Out Yin was even proficient in alchemy and crafting weapons. All in all, there was nothing Long Out Yin could not do. He was that awesome. Later, Zulong gave Long Out Yin 7 dragon essences of different elements in order to train him. After that, Long Out Yin went into seclusion to refine the 7 dragon essences. It could be said that before Jun Xiaoyao made a name for himself, Long Out Yin was the most famous genius in the Huangtian mystic realm. Many descendants of the clan of the ancients were even surpassed by Long Out Yin. Now, Long Out Yin had finally finished refining the 7 dragon essences and came out of seclusion. The eyes of the entire Hong province were focused on Zulong. Outside the lair of Zulong, many figures appeared. They were the ancient royal clans who had rushed over to observe after sensing the changes in Zulong. Their eyes all looked over, finally seeing Zulong's exceptional talent who had been in seclusion for a long time. Long Out Yin's figure was tall and straight, his arms like an ape's and his waist like a bee's. Endless draconic energy circled around him, creating a myriad of scenes. He displayed the heroic bearing of an exceptional talent. His appearance was extremely outstanding as well. His eyebrows were slanted to his temples, his eyes were bright like stars, and his nose was sharp like a hanging gallbladder. He was handsome like a dragon steed and a phoenix chick, and his expression was heroic. In short, if he wasn't handsome, he wouldn't be able to live up to his name. Of course, he was still inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was publicly acknowledged as the most handsome young man in the immortal realms. He was an immortal-like character and was the cold white moonlight in the hearts of all young girls. Even Long Out Yin could only be ranked second. However, what shocked everyone was not Long Out Yin's appearance, but his cultivation level. He had reached the empty god realm. This had already broken the record for the highest cultivation among the younger generation. At least, he had the highest cultivation among all the prodigies who had appeared. He's reached the empty god realm. Isn't Long Out Yin too terrifying? As expected of a forbidden, first-generation talent nurtured by Zulong. With the blood of the Emperor Dragon and 7 dragon essences, Long Out Yin is extremely powerful. The various royal clans outside the Zulong were all amazed. Some of the young prodigies from the ancient royal clans felt ashamed of their inferiority. Compared to Long Out Yin, they were simply trash. No, they were worse than trash. Long Out Yin's expression was rather calm as he felt the gazes from outside. However, the curve at the corner of his mouth revealed his inner thoughts. The feeling of being high above and being the center of attention was amazing. Refining 7 dragon essences allowed me to break through to the empty God realm. However, it's still not enough. I, Long Out Yin, will break through to the heavenly God realm in the immortal ancient world. Long Out Yin raised his head and looked at the mirage in the sky. He was ambitious. The empty God realm was the first stage of the 9 levels of the Sage realm. After reaching the 9 levels of the Sage realm, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next stage. However, Long Out Yin seemed to be saying that breaking through to the next stage was not a big deal. Out Yin, you've finally come out of seclusion. A group of Zulong elites appeared. Each of them was extremely powerful. However, they looked at Long Out Yin with gratification. Zulong had been suppressed for too long. It was too miserable. Even the ancient freak Princess Longji had been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao. Zulong desperately needed a powerful prodigy to restore their reputation. Without a doubt, Long Out Yin was the best candidate. Long Bichi, who was wearing a green soft armor, also appeared. Congratulations, Brother Out Yin. You've refined 7 dragon essences and achieved great success. Long Bichi looked at Long Out Yin with admiration. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary dragon prodigy to refine even 1 dragon essence. Even Long Bichi had only refined 2 dragon essences, and they were both ordinary ones. However, Long Out Yin had refined 7 dragon essences in one go. Moreover, the dragon essences were of a more powerful attribute. This was the power of Long Out Yin's Emperor Dragon blood. He was even more talented than some of the ancient freaks. After being defeated by Jun Xiaoyao, Long Bichi's Taoist heart was covered in dust. Long Out Yin was the only hope left in her heart. Only Long Out Yin was qualified to compete with or even defeat Jun Xiaoyao. Elders and Bichi, you're all here. By the way, where is my brother Hao Yin? Long Out Yin looked around and did not see his brother Long Hao Yin. Well, Out Yin, there are some things that we didn't tell you because you were focused on your seclusion. Let me tell you now. An elder of the lair of Zulong sighed. When Long Out Yin was in seclusion, no one had disturbed him, let alone sent him messages. Therefore, Long Out Yin knew nothing about the outside world while he was in seclusion. Subsequently, the elders of the lair of Zulong told Long Out Yin about the series of events that had happened before. This included how his brother Long Hao Yin was killed by Jun Xiaoyao, how Princess Longji broke her seal, and how she was defeated by Jun Xiaoyao in the end. After hearing this, Long Out Yin's face turned cold. A terrifying murderous intent filled the air, almost freezing the air. My brother was killed by the divine child of the Jun family. Long Out Yin's expression was cold, and a cold light flashed in his golden eyes. Out Yin, calm down. With your strength, you will definitely have a chance to defeat Jun Xiaoyao in the future, the Zulong elder said. Defeat? Haha! If I only defeat him, how can I avenge Hao Yin? How can I vent my anger? Long Out Yin's aura surged. The shadows of 7 ancestor dragons could be vaguely seen around him. A terrifying aura poured out in all directions. Out Yin, don't be rash and don't underestimate your opponent. Jun Xiaoyao can even defeat an ancient freak. He's not that simple, the Zulong elder warned. He was afraid that Long Out Yin would be at a disadvantage if he underestimated his opponent. After all, Long Out Yin's life had always been smooth sailing. He had never been defeated before. Don't worry, I won't make such a stupid mistake. However, I don't think that Jun Xiaoyao can threaten me. I, Long Out Yin, am the ruler of this world. Those who provoke me must die. Chapter 376. Long Out Yin's words reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Outside the lair of Zulong, many far ancient royal creatures took a deep breath. No wonder he was Zulong's forbidden first generation. His tone was really arrogant. Even if his opponent was the famous Jun Xiaoyao, Long Out Yin dared to say that anyone who offended him would die. Didn't that mean that Long Out-yin was confident in killing Jun Xiaoyao? Interesting. The son of god of the Jun family, Zulong's forbidden first generation. One has the sacred body of the ancients and the bones of supremacy. The other has the blood of the emperor dragon and 7 dragon essences. If the two of them meet, what kind of conflict will occur? Who will win? Many of the living beings in the periphery thought to themselves. However, because they were all far ancient creatures, they still hoped that Long Out-yin would win. Before the immortal ancient world opens, I need to visit Princess Longji, Long Out-yin said. That's right. When the immortal ancient world opens, you two can take care of each other. Elder Zulong chuckled. Zulong had a prophecy before that the ancestor dragon would reign supreme when the 2 dragons appeared. The 2 dragons in the prophecy were naturally Long Out-yin and Princess Longji. If the 2 of them could work together, they might really be able to kill Jun Xiaoyao. However, at that moment, Long Out-yin had another thought in his mind. Princess Longji, in terms of identity, status, talent, and strength, she is qualified to be my woman. She can even be my wife. As the destined protagonist, the son of fate, Long Out-yin's standards for women were naturally high. Moreover, he couldn't only have one woman. He had to have a harem. He had to be a stud horse. However, Long Out-yin only flirted with the women at his fingertips. He didn't plan to give them any status. Princess Longji, on the other hand, had a high status. She was qualified to be his wife and assist him in his conquest. After that, Long Out-yin went straight to Princess Longji. The news of Long Out-yin coming out of seclusion spread like wildfire to all corners of the immortal realm. This time it caused a huge earthquake. Long Out-yin had just come out of seclusion on the eve of the immortal ancient world's opening. It was obvious that he was going to suppress all the geniuses in the immortal ancient world and take the first place. A handsome young man with purple hair and purple clothes stood in the middle of a mountain range that was shrouded in purple mist and shining with auspicious light. Long Out-yin actually came out of seclusion. Interesting. It seems like my Archean royalty will surpass the desolate clans in this immortal ancient world. The purple-haired youth muttered to himself. His skin was covered with fine purple scales, and 2 purple-gold Qilin horns protruded from his forehead. He was the top genius of the ancient Qilin cave, the Qilin Sun. On the other side, in the depths of the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain, a fiery red sun sank into the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely make out a blurry figure with a pair of wings on its back. Long Out-yin has come out of seclusion. It seems like the immortal ancient world will become more and more interesting. Only will Jun Xiaoyao come over? The mumbling figure was the phoenix son of Wan Huang's spiritual mountain, Huang Tiange. He did not fear any of the immortal descendants or the geniuses of the clans. The only person he feared was Jun Xiaoyao. At the same time, in an ancient cave in a certain state, a beautiful figure broke through the seal and came out. It was a woman in a pink dress. Her face was delicate and seductive. Her eyes were like peach blossoms. Her gaze was seductive. Her figure was also excellent. Her curves were mesmerizing. The most eye-catching thing was the 6 fox tails behind her hips. They were furry and very soft. This woman was the Heavenly Fox clan's holy daughter by May-er. The Heavenly Fox clan was rumored to have the bloodline of the ancient 9-tailed demon fox. The 9-tailed demon fox was the strongest Archean royalty. It was not in the Huangtian mystic realm, but in other mystic realms. Although the Heavenly Fox clan did not have the Archean royalty, they were the top Archean royalty. They were comparable to the 9-headed lion clan and the golden-winged rock clan. Welcome, holy daughter! Several maidservants of the Heavenly Fox clan greeted her respectfully. I can feel Brother Out-yin's aura. He has also come out of his seclusion. Bai Mei-er's eyes were filled with hearts. She covered her cheeks with her hands. Her eyes were filled with fanatical worship and infatuation. She even looked like she was sick. The maidservants of the Heavenly Fox clan were used to this. After all, Baime'er was trapped in a deadly array in a secret realm. In her moment of despair, Long Outyen appeared. He was like the Son of Heaven who came to save her. Baime'er was completely captivated by his powerful strength, handsome posture, and devilish smile. Since then, Baime'er had fallen madly in love with Long Outyen. However, at that time, Baime'er had to cultivate a special technique of the Heavenly Fox clan. She could not be naked. Therefore, she did not have any intimate relations with Long Outyen. Now that she had mastered the technique, she was free. The next step was to look for Long Outyen. By the way, did anything else happen while I was in seclusion? Baime'er asked casually. She had been in seclusion for about the same time as Long Outyen. As such, she had no idea what had happened to Jun Xiaoyao. The maidservants of the Heavenly Fox clan told her everything that had happened. What? Brother Outyen's brother was killed by the son of God of the Jun family? Baime'er's face was cold. Long Outyen's enemy was her enemy. You said that the son of God of the Jun family is better than Brother Outyen in terms of appearance, talent, and strength. How is that possible? Brother Outyen is the most perfect man. Baime'er did not comment on Jun Xiaoyao when she heard the maidservants of the Heavenly Fox clan. The Heavenly Fox clan was a clan that valued both appearance and strength. They liked the strong. They liked the handsome strong even more. Long Outyen was perfect for the Heavenly Fox clan. Baime'er naturally fell for him when he saved the damsel in distress. As for Jun Xiaoyao, she did not know and did not care about him. She was not interested in him. He was a banished immortal. His appearance was unparalleled. It sounded like an exaggeration. How could anyone be that handsome in this world? Baime'er did not believe it. When the immortal ancient world opens, I will help Brother Outyen. Baime'er's eyes were filled with infatuation as she giggled. On the other side, Long Outyen had arrived at a mountain range. The Golden Dragon Palace floated above the mountain range, looking majestic. Long Outyen stepped into it. Inside the Dragon Palace, a beautiful figure was leaning on the dragon throne. She seemed to have expected Long Outyen's arrival. The two dragons in Zulong's prophecy had finally met. Long Outyen looked over, and his golden eyes could not help but flash with amazement. Even though he had seen countless women, he was still amazed at how noble and beautiful the woman in front of him was. Princess Longji was wearing a palace dress, leaning lazily on the golden dragon throne. Her silky hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her palace dress was spotless. Her breasts were full, and her waist was slender. Her slender legs were crossed, and her bare feet were snow white. She was like a work of art that was pleasing to the eye. Princess Longji was no longer as pathetic as she was when she fought against Jun Xiaoyao. She had regained her arrogance and nobility. At the same time, her aura was much stronger than before. She was unfathomable, much stronger than before. But her mind was still filled with images of Jun Xiaoyao. The humiliation of losing to Jun Xiaoyao was deeply engraved in her heart, especially when Jun Xiaoyao stepped on her chest and said, "You're only fit to be a mount." It was a humiliation that she could never erase. When Long Outyen saw Princess Longji, he had made up his mind. Princess Longji was going to be his wife. As for whether Princess Longji was willing or not, Long Outyen did not care. There was no woman that he couldn't get his hands on. Plus, he and Princess Longji were the best match. If Long Outyen were to find out that his ideal wife was only fit to be a mount in the eyes of Jun Xiaoyao, he would be furious. How would Long Outyen feel about this? Chapter 377. You are Zulong's forbidden first generation, the most talented heaven's favorite of the generation, Long Outyen. Princess Longji leaned against the golden dragon, thrown lazily, and stared at Long Outyen. A tinge of surprise flashed across his eyes. Long Outyen's talent and strength had indeed exceeded her expectations. She was a little surprised, especially the power of the bloodline in Long Outyen's body. Even a descendant of the ancient emperor like her was surprised. Is that the legendary blood of the emperor dragon? Princess Longji mumbled. The blood of the emperor dragon was one of the strongest bloodlines of the dragon kind. It was incomparably noble. One could even become a sage and create one's own bloodline. From this, one could see how powerful the blood of the emperor dragon was. Even in Princess Longji's generation, Zulong never had a heaven's favorite with the blood of the emperor dragon. Princess Longji, you are just as the rumors say, peerless and beautiful. Long Outyen's lips curled. He did not hide his gaze as he stared straight at Princess Longji. His passion and aggressiveness were not hidden at all. They were very direct. Princess Longji's brows furrowed as she felt his invasive gaze. She did not like this feeling. There was also no man who could conquer a strong woman like her. Why are you here? Do you want to work together in the immortal ancient world? Princess Longji asked. Since Long Outyen chose this time to break through, he naturally wanted to obtain great fortune in the immortal ancient world. Princess Longji also heard that Long Outyen's luck was off the charts. Perhaps he really could obtain great fortune in the immortal ancient world. No, that's secondary. I came here for you. Long Outyen smiled. What do you mean? Princess Longji tapped her finger on the throne's armrest. Be my woman. Long Outyen said straightforwardly. Are you joking? Princess Longji's frown deepened. Although Long Outyen was powerful and talented, he was too arrogant to ask her to be his woman. She did not know that this was Long Outyen's personality. If I want a woman, she will be mine. Princess Longji, be with me. When I become the emperor of the ancients, you will be my empress. We will rule this era together. Long Outyen's tone was arrogant. This time, even Princess Longji was shocked. She wondered if Long Outyen's brain had gone haywire from his cultivation. This was not confidence. This was complete arrogance. You sure are arrogant, but I advise you don't be arrogant. Do you think you can defeat Jun Xiaoyao alone? Princess Longji said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao was a mountain that stood above all the geniuses of that era. If Outyen could not pass this mountain, then there was no need to talk about conquering this era. However, Long Outyen's expression darkened upon hearing the words. A terrifying Outyen's murderous intent. That Jun Xiaoyao killed my younger brother. I will settle the score with him sooner or later. But now, I'm afraid that he has run into trouble in the eternal burial ground. He might not even be able to come to the immortal ancient world. Outyen was arrogant, SSS. If Jun Xiaoyao missed the opportunity in the immortal ancient world, Long Outyen would be even more fearless. If he missed this opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao would be left far behind. I advise you to keep your arrogance in check. You can't be too careful with Jun Xiaoyao. Princess Longji shook her head. Once upon a time, she was as arrogant as Long Outyen. She thought she could defeat the younger generation. However, Jun Xiaoyao taught her a lesson right away. Of course, Princess Longji had now refined a drop of the ancient emperor's blood. Her strength had changed. If she met Jun Xiaoyao again, she would wash away the humiliation. Princess Longji, I will prove it to you. Then, you will be willing to be my woman. Long Outyen's lips curled into a devilish smile. He glanced at Princess Longji, then turned and left. His attitude was so flirtatious. Princess Longji's eyes were filled with disgust. We are both extremely talented. Why is his temperament so different from Jun Xiaoyao's? Princess Longji shook her head. Even though she had a grudge against Jun Xiaoyao, but she had to admit that Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was impeccable. It was not something other heaven's favorites could compare to. Long Outyen's talent was close to Jun Xiaoyao's, but his temperament was terrible. He was arrogant and conceited like a 3-year-old child. Would someone like that be able to defeat Jun Xiaoyao? Princess Longji did not think so. Long Outyen's appearance shook the entire 3,000 mystical continents, especially before the immortal ancient world appeared. It was obvious that Long Outyen wanted to defeat everyone in the immortal ancient world and obtain the greatest opportunity. TSK, TSK. Even Long Outyen has appeared. The clan of the ancients that went against the Archean royalty are going to suffer. Yeah, the son of God of the June family has not returned from the ancient burial ground. I don't know what's going on. The immortal ancient world this time will be disadvantageous to the June family and Jiang family, just as many people were talking about Long Outyen. Another piece of shocking news came from the northern region of the Huangtian mystic realm. The young emperor of the Wang family was preparing to come out of seclusion and obtain the opportunity in the immortal ancient world. This news shocked everyone once again. In terms of fame, the Wang family's young emperor, Wang Tung, was not inferior to Long Outyen. Was the era of heaven's favorites finally coming? At the moment, in the Wang family of the north, inside a cliff full of divine qi, a middle-aged man in a purple robe arrived. It was the leader of the Wang family, Wang Yuanba. Just then, a figure walked out from the cliff. His body was shrouded in dazzling light, and the qi of heaven and earth was disturbed by him. For auspicious spirits surrounded him. A real dragon in the sky, a phoenix in the sky, a qilin in the sea, and a black tortoise in the mountains. This scene was very shocking. It set off Wang Tung, as if the heavenly emperor had come out of seclusion and the imperial star had descended. No wonder Wang Yuanba praised his son every day outside. This Wang Tung was indeed something. "Father!" As the radiance dissipated, a tall and handsome young man with the bearing of a dragon and the appearance of a phoenix appeared. His skin was like jade, and it contained divine light. His entire person had an aura that was protected by the heavenly path. In terms of luck, the young emperor was not inferior to Long Outyen. His cultivation was also in the void god realm. Good. My son indeed has the bearing of a great emperor. If you can't become a great emperor, who can? Wang Yuanba laughed and was proud of Wang Tung. Father, the immortal ancient world will be my springboard this time, and I have a feeling that there may be a heaven-defying opportunity in the immortal ancient world. Wang Tung's eyes were bright. He had been very lucky since he was young. He could get the golden chariot whenever he fell into a lake. He could get the golden sacred sword whenever he entered a mountain range. In short, Wang Tung was very sensitive to all kinds of opportunities. He also had a feeling that there might be a heaven-defying opportunity in the immortal ancient world that could change his destiny. Will it be one of the 7 incredible things in the immortal realm? Wang Tung muttered to himself. Chapter 378. Haha, Tung, I believe in you. You'll be able to suppress everyone in the immortal ancient world. Wang Yuanba said with satisfaction. June Xiaoyao hasn't returned yet. Wang Tung asked calmly. No, but judging from the reactions of the June family and the Jiang family, he's probably still alive. Maybe he's trapped in the burial ground. Wang Yuanba's expression turned cold at the mention of June Xiaoyao. June Xiaoyao had destroyed one of Wang Teng's spiritual bodies in the Jiang family without holding back. Although it was only a spiritual body, it still affected Wang Teng's reputation. June Xiaoyao is not that simple, but I'm confident that I can suppress him. Not just June Xiaoyao, but also Long Outyen and the reincarnation of the Yi family's sword demon. I'll suppress them all. Wang Tung's tone was aloof. It was an invincible aura that he was born with. Very good. That's the attitude that the Wang family's young emperor should have. As for June Xiaoyao, don't worry about him. Even if he comes back, he's already missed the opportunity. Besides, he might not be able to bring back the 9 wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass. Wang Yuanba said with a smile. The 9 wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass was not easy to find. If the Jiang family can't get the 9 wonders, reincarnation, immortal grass, they won't just watch Jiang Daoshu die. In the end, the Jiang family will still come to us for help. Wang Yuanba continued. Yes, I do need Jiang Xingyi's innate Taoist embryo to transform my strength. In the immortal ancient world, I'll definitely conquer her, Wang Tung said confidently. Women always liked strong men. As long as he was stronger than Jun Xiaoyao, he would be able to conquer Jiang Xingyi. When he got the innate Taoist embryo, Wang Tung would achieve the ultimate transformation. No one would be able to stop his path of cultivation. The first generation of the Zulong taboo, Long Outyen, and the young master of the Wang family, Wang Tung, appeared one after another. All of the beings in the Huangtian mystic realm had a premonition that the era of geniuses and kings had finally arrived. These two have appeared one after another. Will the reincarnation of the Yi family's sword demon show up? The gazes of many beings in the immortal domain all turned towards the Yi family. As one of the three Yi families, the Yi family had kept a low profile during this period of time. There was no news about them. The only news that came out was that Yi Xingyun, the kingly body of stars of the Yi family, had died in the lower world. It could be said that the Yi family of the ancients no longer had any sense of existence. But that didn't mean that the Yi family was weak. They just kept a low profile. After all, Yi Guqin, the reincarnation of the sword demon, was enough to attract the attention of everyone. However, what was surprising was that even though the immortal ancient world was about to open, there was still no news of the reincarnation of the Yi family's sword demon coming out of seclusion. The Yi clan, on a lonely mountain peak that was thousands of feet high, the reincarnation of the sword demon, Yi Guqin, seemed to have been sitting cross-legged since ancient times. He clearly had a young and handsome face, but in his bottomless eyes there's a hint of vicissitudes. In front of him, the monarch slayer's sword stained with monarch blood was still stuck in the ground. He raised his hand and looked at the mirage of the immortal ancient world in the sky without saying a word. Outside the lonely mountain peak, a great saint realm elder of the Yi family respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Senior, the immortal ancient world is about to open. Aren't you going to enter?" Although the reincarnation of the Yi family's sword demon was a talent of the younger generation, because of his identity as the reincarnation of the ancient sword demon. Therefore, even the elders of the Yi family addressed him as senior. The time is not right. Kings don't meet kings. Yi Guqin closed his eyes. He wasn't going to participate in the battle for the immortal ancient world, nor was he going to meet Jun Xiaoyao. This, the great saint realm elder, originally wanted to persuade him. But when he thought of Yi Guqin's identity as the reincarnation of the ancient sword demon, even without the opportunity of the immortal ancient world, Yi Guqin wouldn't fall behind others. Then the Yi family elder cupped his hands and left. In the era of great battles, talents rise together, kings contend for hegemony, and the world is in chaos. Yi Guqin, the ancient sword demon of the past, is dead. I will cut off the past and reconstruct my true self. Yi Guqin suddenly slapped his head with one hand. His primordial spirit was shattering little by little. The past was being peeled away little by little. But one could imagine if Yi Guqin really cut off the past and reconstructed his true self. Then, how terrifying would his talent and strength be? No one knew. Moreover, Yi Guqin was the ancient sword demon who had killed a quasi-emperor in his previous life. Even if he didn't cut off the past, he would still be able to stand at the top. Not everyone had the courage to cut off the past. This was because it was very likely that he would fall into a situation of eternal damnation and even lose the talent and advantage of being reincarnated. But as long as he succeeded, Yi Guqin would become a taboo that broke the limit of a talent. At that time, he would also become Jun Xiaoyao's greatest opponent. The news that the reincarnation of the Yi family's sword demon didn't come out of seclusion gradually spread. Everyone was surprised that Yi Guqin gave up on such a great opportunity. Of course, no one criticized him. After all, Jun Xiaoyao didn't come back either. With talent and background, one could be willful. As time passed, The sky above the entire Huangtian mystic realm became clearer and clearer. The day when the immortal ancient world would be completely opened was getting closer and closer. Everyone in the Huangtian mystic realm was looking forward to it. As for the other mystic realms, no talents would come to the immortal ancient world. This was because in the Nine Heavens mystic realm, every mystic realm had an opportunity that was equivalent to the immortal ancient world, and it would all appear before the Emperor Road opened. Therefore, the talents from the other mystic realms didn't have to come to the Huangtian mystic realm to participate in the immortal ancient world contest. Finally, at a certain moment, flowers suddenly bloomed in the sky above the Huangtian mystic realm. These were not ordinary flowers, but space flowers, which were also the passageways to enter the immortal ancient world. 3,000 space flowers bloomed in the 3,000 mystical states. All young geniuses within a certain realm could enter at will. Of course, if they were too strong, they would be rejected by the space flowers and would not be able to enter. It's finally opened. I'm the ruler of this great era. In the Zulong, Long Aotian soared into the sky, accompanied by the shadows of the 7 ancestor dragons. His aura was extremely powerful. Behind him, Long Bichi and the other supreme talents of the lair of Zulong followed, closely behind, their eyes filled with admiration. In the Golden Dragon Palace, Princess Longji's beautiful figure flashed and dashed toward the space flowers. "Jun Xiaoyao, if you don't come, I'll be very disappointed," Princess Longji murmured. In the Heavenly Fox clan's territory, "Brother Outyen, I'm coming for you in the immortal ancient world." By May, Er's eyes sparkled, and she was filled with joy. With a twist of her slim waist and a swing of her 6 foxtails, she flashed away. In the Wang clan of the north, Wang Tung stepped onto the space flowers like a god emperor. His younger brother Wang Gang and the other talents of the Wang clan also set off together. Although they would land in random corners of the immortal ancient world in the end, they would eventually meet. In the Jiang clan, Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli, Jiang Chuhan, Jiang Zuling, Huayuanqiu, and other talents also set off. "Brother Xiaoyao hasn't shown up yet?" Jiang Luoli's eyes were filled with disappointment. Jiang Xingyi didn't say a word. He glanced in the direction of the ancient burial ground with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. The 10 sequences of the Jun family, the reincarnation sect's son Wang Chuan, Yu, Yan Qingying, and others also set off. In addition, the talents of the Wan Huang Spirit Mountain, the ancient Qilin Cave, the Demon God Palace, the Fallen God Palace, and other imperishable forces also set off at the same time. Countless talents of the top forces, second-rate forces, and third-rate forces were also unwilling to be silent. They were willing to fight for a future with their lives. All in all, this was a feast of talents that swept across the 3,000 mystical states of the Huangtian mystic realm. However, the most dazzling person in the feast was missing. Jun Xiaoyao missed the opportunity to open the immortal ancient world. Would he fall behind others? Chapter 379. When the immortal ancient world opened, 3,000 space flowers bloomed in the 3,000 mystical states, attracting countless geniuses. The stage for the competition had been set, and the curtains had been drawn. All that was left was to see who would have the last laugh on the stage. Many forces had an unwritten rule regarding the immortal ancient world. Killing was not forbidden in the immortal ancient world. Even if their own geniuses were killed, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Therefore, the immortal ancient world was not only a land of opportunity for the participating geniuses, but it could also be a burial ground. As the geniuses entered the immortal ancient world, the world that had been sealed for a long time also became lively. The immortal ancient world was not in the 3,000 mystical states, but an independent space. It had been separated from the mystic region for a long time and then passed down. Therefore, many of the opportunities were very ancient and were very valuable to the current generation of geniuses. At least there was a possibility that they could catch up with the ancient freaks. As soon as they entered the immortal ancient world, All the geniuses were frantically searching for opportunities. They only had one goal in the beginning: break through, and break through again. If they wanted to make a name for themselves on the Emperor Road in the future, they had to at least reach the true immortal realm. Those ancient freaks were still okay, but the current generation of geniuses were a little weaker. Therefore, they urgently needed to find opportunities to break through. While searching for opportunities, of course, many geniuses would fall. This was unavoidable. A general success was built on thousands of bones. If one genius successfully broke through, it meant that hundreds or thousands of geniuses would become nameless bones. At the same time, in the sky above the Huangtian mystic region, many people from various forces gathered. An extremely huge mirror floated in the sky. All kinds of scenes were reflected in it. This was the immortal ancient mirror, which could reflect all kinds of scenes in the immortal ancient world. Although the powerful cultivators of various forces could not enter the immortal ancient world, they could use the immortal ancient mirror to check the situation of their descendants in the immortal ancient world. At this moment, the surroundings of the immortal ancient mirror were densely packed with millions of living beings. These were the sect leaders, and elders of various forces in the Huangtian mystic region. There were also many living beings from the mystic region who came to watch the show. It was very lively. The area closest to the immortal ancient mirror was occupied by powerful cultivators from various immortal forces. Among them, the Jun family occupied the area closest to the immortal ancient mirror. Jun Zhantian and the other elders were all present. On the other side of the immortal ancient mirror was the region where the Archean royalty resided. At that moment, Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Ancient Qilin Cave, and other powerhouses of the sovereign family looked at the Jun family with faint smiles on their faces. Jun Xiaoyao did not appear to participate in the immortal ancient world. This could be said to have given the Archean royalty prodigies a chance to develop. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by Jun Xiaoyao. On the other side, the Wang family of the north also occupied an area. Wang Yuanba, the head of the Wang family, suddenly smiled and said, "The son of God of the Jun family is quite impulsive, daring to enter the eternal burial ground alone. Although he may not die, it will be difficult for him to make it in time." Wang Yuanba's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Jun Xiaoyao was known as Wang Teng's biggest competitor. Now that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't make it in time, Wang Teng would get opportunities and become stronger. In this way, it wouldn't take long for Wang Teng to completely leave Jun Xiaoyao behind. It was no wonder that Wang Yuanba was gloating. "Humph, my grandson has the bearing of a great emperor. Actually, your little brat can't compare," Jun Zhantian said with a cold face. "Haha, my son Wang Teng has the bearing of a great emperor. In the future, he will definitely become a great emperor." Wang Yuanba's tone was sharp. Hearing these two words, the powerhouses of the immortal forces around them were speechless. Why did it feel like everyone had the bearing of a great emperor now? However, this kind of quarrel was obviously not very meaningful. Now, everyone was paying attention to the situation in the immortal ancient world. All the prodigies who entered the immortal ancient world were randomly sent to different areas. A few unlucky ones were directly sent to some dangerous places. They died as soon as they landed in the broken array. Many of the geniuses were extremely lucky and ended up at some of the fortunate encounters. For example, when Long Outyen landed in the immortal ancient world, he found a dragon scale fruit tree beside him. It was full of dragon scale fruits. These fruits were very helpful for the cultivation of the dragon race. Although the effect was not as good as the elixir of immortality, it was not much weaker. Haha, the destiny of this generation is indeed on my side. Long Outyen looked up to the sky and laughed. He immediately took the opportunity. Next, I have to find opportunities to break through and conquer Princess Longji. Then I have to carry out that plan. Long Outyen squinted his eyes. Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, and other Archean royalty. They worked together secretly to come up with a detailed plan. If this plan was carried out, it would be an extremely painful blow to the younger generation of the Jun family. On the other hand, Wang Tung was also lucky. He found a good opportunity as soon as he landed in the immortal ancient world. Jun Xiaoyao did not come. Neither did the reincarnation of the sword demon of the Yi family. It seems that besides Long Outyen and a few others, only those ancient freaks sleeping in the immortal ancient world are worthy of being my opponents, Wang Tung muttered to himself. He stepped into the sky like a heavenly emperor patrolling the world. He was surrounded by the four spirits. Some prodigies nearby were shocked when they saw Wang Tung's kingly aura. They did not dare to get close. Apart from some unlucky ones, most of the other descendants of the immortal forces landed safely and began to search for their own opportunities. The battle for supremacy in the immortal ancient world had officially begun. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. In these few months, there was shocking news in the immortal ancient world from time to time. A prodigy from an immortal force died tragically in a secret realm, or a descendant of a large sect was devoured by a heavenly god realm dragon. All in all, the immortal ancient world was full of dangers. In these few months, thousands of prodigies had died. Of course, there were also some shocking news. For example, Long Outyen Wang Tung and the others had broken through to the true God realm after finding a few great opportunities. Some other prodigies had reached the empty God realm even if they had not broken through to the true God realm. This was because the spiritual qi in the immortal ancient world was much richer than in the immortal domain. Therefore, it was easier to break through in the immortal ancient world. The prodigies of the immortal domain had grown rapidly as if they had been injected with hormones. In this situation where everyone had broken through to the immortal ancient world, some people also thought of Jun Xiaoyao who had not come. I remember that when Jun Xiaoyao entered the eternal burial ground, he was only a noble of the heavenly reaching realm. Indeed, moreover, the eternal burial ground is not suitable for the beings of the immortal domain to cultivate. Therefore, even if Jun Xiaoyao is still alive, he will not be able to improve in the eternal burial ground. If Jun Xiaoyao comes back and finds that the prodigies who were left behind by him have all surpassed him, I wonder how he will feel. He will probably be very disappointed. Times have changed. Some of the forces who were hostile to Jun Xiaoyao were all laughing and discussing. Some of the elders of the Jun family also had cold expressions. However, they still had confidence in Jun Xiaoyao. Time passed like this. Half a year had passed. It had been a full year since Jun Xiaoyao entered the eternal burial ground. On this day, in the reincarnation pool of living beings in the burial ground, Jun Xiaoyao, who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, finally opened his eyes. In an instant, a terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if the immortal king had come out of seclusion and the god of war had descended to the world. The hidden dragon has fallen asleep. A roar shook 1,000 mountains. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. Equals sign. Chapter 380. Burial world, living reincarnation pool. There was no more energy in the pool. All the energy had been absorbed and refined by Jun Xiaoyao. It was terrifying. After all, the living reincarnation pool was built by the great terror in the depths of the burial world. It seemed to be used for some kind of plan, but now it was all for Jun Xiaoyao. The energy of the entire living reincarnation pool was so powerful. Even saint-level experts could use this to absorb and refine it to break through. Not to mention Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, the space around Jun Xiaoyao was vibrating. Vaguely, runes filled with Taoist rhymes appeared around Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was extremely terrifying. It was completely different from before. Peak true immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. His white robe was as white as snow, and his black hair fluttered. His aura was extremely powerful. Peak true immortal realm. This was Jun Xiaoyao's current cultivation level. During the time he was in seclusion, Jun Xiaoyao directly broke through from the peak true immortal realm to the peak true immortal realm. 2 major realms, 10 minor realms. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely not be able to accept it. The 9th level of the Saint realm was different from before. Even if it was a minor realm, the difficulty of breaking through was comparable to the previous major realm. In other words, it was equivalent to Jun Xiaoyao breaking through 10 major realms. This was unimaginable. However, looking at Jun Xiaoyao's frown, it was obvious that he was still not satisfied. The breakthrough speed is starting to slow down. It seems that the 9th level of the Saint realm is indeed more difficult than before. Jun Xiaoyao thought, if other geniuses heard this, they would definitely curse Jun Xiaoyao to death. Was this not enough? Why did he need a bicycle? One should know that even Long Out Yen Wangtang and the others only broke through to the true immortal realm after obtaining many opportunities in the immortal ancient world. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao broke through to the peak true immortal realm in one go. If Long Out Yen and the others knew about this, they would definitely vomit blood. They painstakingly searched for opportunities in the immortal ancient world, and finally broke through to the true immortal realm. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao just sat cross-legged in the pool and directly broke through to true God realm grand completion. If it were anyone else, their mentality would have collapsed. How could they play like this? Jun Xiaoyao's gains during this period of seclusion were definitely not limited to his cultivation realm. In his body, 30,000 draconic elephant particles had transformed into elemental elephant particles. This meant that the strength of Jun Xiaoyao's soul had increased by 3 times. What does that mean? This meant that if Jun Xiaoyao attacked other prodigies with his soul, he could almost completely crush them. At the same time, in Jun Xiaoyao's divine palace, amidst the 3 flowers of the Tao, the spirit flower that represented the past vaguely had a tiny, blurry primordial spirit slowly taking shape. Jun Xiaoyao was a primordial spirit of 3 lifetimes, representing the past, present, and future. But in the past, only this flower had a tiny primordial spirit sitting cross-legged on it. At this moment, a blurry figure of a primordial spirit began to appear on the Tao flower that represented the past. Is it because of the reincarnation pool that my primordial spirit of the past has begun to take shape? Jun Xiaoyao guessed. But now, the primordial spirit of the past was only in its embryonic form and had not completely taken shape. It would be great if there was a soul cultivation method that matched the primordial spirit of 3 lifetimes. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but think. Jun Xiaoyao's gains were not limited to just that, because he already had 30,000 elemental elephant particles. Jun Xiaoyao could now begin to unlock the next ability of the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant, summoning the gates of hell. Jun Xiaoyao could now use the elemental elephant particles and supreme soul power to summon the gates of hell. Countless evil spirits, asuras, demon kings, and rakshasas in hell would fight for him. This was an extremely terrifying ability that, once used, could cause a bloodbath in all directions. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's strength had improved significantly after the breakthrough. His magic immunity had also improved once again. Not only had its range expanded, but it could also resist more magical powers and divine abilities. It could be said that the magical immunity ability would accompany Jun Xiaoyao's growth for a long time. Not bad. Although the breakthrough is not much, it's still okay. This is just the appetizer, Jun Xiaoyao said. The real main course was the great opportunity in the immortal ancient world. The opportunity in the immortal ancient world would allow Jun Xiaoyao's strength to improve qualitatively. Congratulations to the young master for your success in cultivation. Li Xian and Jiu both appeared. They saw the surging true God aura on Jun Xiaoyao's body. Li Xian's eyes flashed with amazement. It was worth noting that Jun Xiaoyao was only 15 years old at the moment. A 15-year-old true God expert. Even Jun Wuhui, at Jun Xiaoyao's age, was slightly weaker. The student surpasses the master. Li Xian increasingly felt that Jun Xiaoyao would be stronger than his father in the future. It's time to leave. Senior Li Xian, are you really not going to leave with me? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Guarding this place is this general's mission. Perhaps one day, when everything in the burial world is settled, I will be free, Li Xian said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes also revealed a touch of admiration. Oh, right. Take this thing, young master. Li Xian seemed to have thought of something as he took out a jade amulet from his spatial power item and handed it to Jun Xiaoyao. This is... Jun Xiaoyao took the amulet and looked at it. A line of small words was engraved on it. A gentleman's life, no regrets. This is something left behind by the Lord. The Lord seemed to have predicted that young master would eventually come, Li Xian said. The amulet left by father. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep as he looked at the small line of words. A gentleman's life, no regrets. What kind of breadth of mind was this? The day I return to the burial world will be the day when the burial world is settled. Jun Xiaoyao put away the amulet and said in a certain tone, Who dared to say that they could settle the burial world? Jun Xiaoyao dared. Li Xian's eyes revealed a faint trace of excitement. This was the young master of the Jun family he was willing to serve. Jiu's beautiful eyes also revealed a touch of gratification. The young man she was protecting would definitely grow into a peerless hero in the future. After saying their goodbyes, Jun Xiaoyao and Audiobook also rushed out of the burial world, preparing to leave the eternal burial world. Outside the burial world, there were many creatures of the burial world waiting here. When they saw Jun Xiaoyao and Audiobook appear, they suddenly turned their gazes. When they sensed Jun Xiaoyao's aura, they were all dumbfounded. Damn, am I seeing things? True immortal realm. The group of creatures of the burial world was tongue-tied. Before, Jun Xiaoyao was at the peak of the divine fire realm, but now he was at the true immortal realm. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. In the void, two beautiful figures appeared. It was Lang Huan and Qin Xianer. After sensing Jun Xiaoyao coming out of the burial world, Lang Huan immediately rushed over. Young Master Jun, you've finally come out of seclusion. Lang Huan's beautiful eyes flashed, and at the same time she was surprised. Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation had actually reached the true immortal realm directly, far surpassing her. If the current Jun Xiaoyao were to fight against the previous 10 minor kings, he would probably be able to kill them with a flick of his finger. It's time for me to leave the burial world, Jun Xiaoyao said. Hearing this, a hint of sadness appeared in Lang Huan's eyes. We'll meet again in the future. Jun Xiaoyao didn't feel anything. Everything was just Lang Huan's one-sided love. If there's a chance in the future, Lang Huan will also leave the burial world, Lang Huan said firmly. Instead of chasing after an illusion that you can't get, it's better to cherish the person in front of you, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, then left with Audiobook. Lang Huan was stunned and looked at Qin Xianer. Qin Xianer's heart also trembled. She didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to speak up for her. The two women looked at each other in silence. On the other side, outside the ancient burial world, in the land of the barbarian state, there were still many cultivators looking for opportunities here. They also talked about the immortal ancient world from time to time. TSK, I heard that recently another sequence warrior of the Jun family died. I think it's the 9th sequence warrior, Jun Tianming. Yeah, this is the 3rd sequence warrior of the Jun family to die. The Archean royalty is going to fight to the death with the Jun family. However, Jun Lingsong and the others have also killed many Archean royalty geniuses. The most pitiful one is probably the 4th sequence warrior of the Jun family, Jun Wuchen. He was about to break through to the complete void god stage when he was ambushed by the dark son of God from the fallen god palace and died. It's too tragic. I also heard that one of the followers of the Jun family son of God, the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, is being hunted down by the saintess of the sacred sect. At the edge of the barbarian state, two cultivators were talking. They didn't know that a figure was silently listening to everything behind them. The two empty god realm cultivators suddenly felt a chill down their spines. They turned around and saw a handsome young man in white with a face as cold as ice. June! June! June family's son of God. The two cultivators took a deep breath and felt their scalps go numb. Aside from the divine child of the June family, they couldn't think of anyone else who could be this handsome young man, especially since he had appeared in the burial ground. At that moment, the might of a true god emanating from June Xiaoyao's body, as well as the terrifying killing intent emanating from him, seemed to have frozen the universe. True god stage cultivation. The two cultivators trembled again, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Didn't they say that the June family son of God was only in the reaching heaven stage when he entered the burial ground? How did he suddenly become a true god stage cultivator? Moreover, his aura was extremely dense and solid. He should have reached the complete void god stage. The two cultivators were dumbfounded and trembling. June Xiaoyao's strength was beyond their imagination. If news of this spread back to the immortal realm and everyone knew about it, it would cause a huge commotion. Tell the Son of God about the immortal ancient world, June Xiaoyao said coldly. Seeing this, the two cultivators hurriedly told June Xiaoyao about what had happened in the immortal ancient world. After hearing this, June Xiaoyao was expressionless. However, the two cultivators felt that the temperature around them seemed to have dropped to the freezing point. When there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys become kings. When did Wang Teng and Long Aoqian become kings in the immortal ancient world? June Xiaoyao waved his sleeve, and the surrounding void exploded, and the ground was filled with cracks. This move alone was enough to make the two empty god realm cultivators tremble in fear. This is too damn powerful. Young Wang Teng and the forbidden first-generation Long Aoqian were just two monkeys in June Xiaoyao's eyes. Those who dare to provoke the June family will pay the price in blood. June Xiaoyao stepped into the air and left. The two cultivators still had lingering fear, and their bodies were covered in cold sweat. They looked at June Xiaoyao's aloof figure, and their hearts trembled. If the June family's son of God enters the immortal ancient world, I'm afraid he will cause a storm of blood. Who can stop him? Who dares to stop him? Chapter 381. Although he missed the opening of the immortal ancient world, June Xiaoyao didn't care. He wasn't worried that the other geniuses would surpass him. Therefore, he cultivated peacefully in the burial world. However, he didn't expect that someone from the June family would die in the immortal ancient world. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was normal. This era was cruel. Only a small number of people could make it to the end. Even the 10 sequences of the June family couldn't make it to the end safely. Since a few sequences had died, the June family would promote a few more talented clansmen in the future. It was cold and cruel, but it was the truth. Although some things can't be avoided, the Archean royalty and the fallen god palace have crossed the line. June Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. His killing intent froze the void. However, before going to the immortal ancient world, he had to return to the Jiang family and give the 9-wonder reincarnation immortal grass to Jiang Daoshu. Soon, June Xiaoyao sat on the flying boat and headed to the Jiang family. On the other side, in a certain region of the immortal ancient world, a figure was flitting through the air at an extremely fast speed. It was a young lady in a black dress. She had a slender figure and a beautiful face. She had a pair of black and white fallen god wings on her back. With a casual flap, she could fly across 1,000 feet. She was June Xiaoyao's follower, the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, Yan Qingying. Yan Qingying's speed of improvement was also extremely fast. As a genius from the lower plane, her current cultivation had already reached the great empty god realm. She was only a step away from the true god realm. This was due to her god-devouring demonic technique. It could devour many talents, allowing her to improve quickly. Originally, Yan Qingying could break through to the true God realm quickly if she continued to cultivate at this speed. However, halfway through, someone started to form a group to kill her. Yan Qingying, why struggle? You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Under the call of the Holy Maiden, do you think you can hide from the encirclement? That's right. The God-devouring demonic technique shouldn't appear in the world. The saint is merciful and willing to form a group to kill the God-devouring demonic technique. You should surrender. Behind Yan Qingying, there were hundreds of sky prides chasing after her. If there were only a few or a dozen people, Yan Qingying could still kill them all. However, these hundreds of people were simply too many. The few supreme talents who were leading the group were either late empty God realm or complete empty God realm. It was impossible for Yan Qingying alone to contend with so many people. Most importantly, they were all summoned by one person to encircle her. Saintess of the sacred sect, humbly greet you. Extreme coldness flashed across Yan Qingying's obsidian-like eyes. The saint sect was the same as the human immortal sect and the demonic celestial sect. They were all imperishable sects in the Huangtian mystic realm. This time, the opening of the immortal ancient world, the sacred sect, also had two top figures participating. The saint and saintess cried out. The saintess, Bei Mi Hu, was the one who had gathered all the prodigies to kill her. Yan Qingying asked herself. She had never met Bei Mi Hu and had never devoured anyone from the sacred religion. She did not understand why Bei Mi Hu wanted to kill her. Was it really just because he did not want the God-devouring demonic technique to appear? You will pay the price for what you have done, Yan Qingying said coldly. The immortal ancient world was huge. When one entered, they were randomly teleported. Therefore, Yan Qingying was not with Yu, Wangchuan, and the others. Moreover, each of them had their own opportunities and would not encounter each other in the early stages. Therefore, Yan Qingying was in a situation where she was alone and helpless. Hearing Yan Qingying's words, the faces of the supreme talents who were chasing after her changed slightly. They knew that Yan Qingying was Jun Xiaoyao's follower. Encircling Yan Qingying was tantamount to offending Jun Xiaoyao. However, thinking that Jun Xiaoyao had not appeared yet, these supreme talents were relieved. Don't pretend to be strong. We don't know if the Jun family's son of God can come out of the burial ground alive. Even if he comes out alive, his current cultivation level is probably lower than ours, right? One of the supreme talents who was chasing after Yan Qingying sneered. That's right. Moreover, the immortal ancient world does not forbid killing. A few of the Jun family's sequence bearers have already died. Why would they care about a mere follower like you? Another supreme talent said, You are courting death. Yan Qingying dodged as she used the God-devouring demonic technique, refining a few supreme talents into nothingness again. Just like that, Yan Qingying fought and retreated, persisting. She believed that Jun Xiaoyao would definitely return in the most powerful manner, just as the battle in the immortal ancient world reached its climax. Jun Xiaoyao had already returned to the Jiang family. When they saw Jun Xiaoyao appear, all the Jiang family members were stunned. Then they exclaimed in joy, Young Master is back. Young Master really returned safely from the eternal burial ground. Gosh, this aura. Am I seeing things? The true immortal realm. All of the members of the Jiang family were dumbfounded when they sensed Jun Xiaoyao's aura. If they did not know that Jun Xiaoyao had gone to the eternal burial ground, they would even suspect that Jun Xiaoyao had returned from the immortal ancient world after a tour. Otherwise, how could his strength increase so quickly? He was even more powerful than those supreme talents who were still training in the immortal ancient world. Xiaoyao, you are finally back. Jiang Ro flashed and appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. He touched Jun Xiaoyao's face and patted his shoulder as if he was checking to see if Jun Xiaoyao was hurt. After seeing that Jun Xiaoyao was completely fine, Jiang Ro heaved a sigh of relief and said, "You went to the eternal burial ground for so long. Mother was so worried." "Mother, don't you know what I can do?" "Don't worry." Jun Xiaoyao smiled. "By the way, where's grandfather?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "Your grandfather's health is getting worse." Jiang Ro's face was slightly gloomy. "It's okay. I didn't disappoint you." Jun Xiaoyao took out the Nine Wonders Reincarnation Undead Grass. Instantly, the surrounding heaven and earth became quiet. The Jiang family members widened their eyes and opened their mouths silently. In their expectations, it was already a miracle that Jun Xiaoyao could return safely from the eternal burial ground. What they did not expect was that Jun Xiaoyao actually brought back the Nine Wonders Reincarnation Undead Grass from the eternal burial ground. "Young master is mighty, as expected of our Jiang family's young master." After a short moment of dead silence, there was a wave of fanatical exclamations. Jun Xiaoyao used his own actions to prove his strength thoroughly. He was indeed worthy of his identity as the Jiang family's young master. After that, Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Ro, and the others went to the small world where Jiang Daoxiu was in seclusion. After not seeing him for almost a year, Jiang Daoxiu had aged greatly. When he saw Jun Xiaoyao return safely, Jiang Daoxiu's aged face revealed a wisp of a smile. Even though he knew Jun Xiaoyao was fine, he was still extremely gratified when he saw Jun Xiaoyao return safely. "Grandfather, if it wasn't for the ancient weapons you gave me, I might really be in danger. Grandfather, please refine this Nine Wonders Reincarnation Undead Grass." Jun Xiaoyao passed over the undead grass. "Good, good, good. How fortunate am I, Jiang Daoxiu, to have such a grandson." Jiang Daoxiu laughed and successively said "good" 3 times. Obviously, he was delighted to the extreme and felt proud of Jun Xiaoyao. After that, Jiang Daoxiu started to enter into seclusion to refine the Nine Wonders Reincarnation Undead Grass. With this undead grass, even if Jiang Daoxiu didn't recover to his peak state, his life was at least safe. After settling the most important matter, Jun Xiaoyao could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Jiang Ro stepped forward and said, "Xiaoyao, Sheng-Yi, Luoli, and the others are already in the immortal ancient world. You should also depart." Still looking for, checking in for Sacred Body of the Ancients for free? Baidu directly searched. Easy, very simple. == Chapter 382. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. The opportunity in the immortal ancient world was the most important. It was normal for Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli to go there first. Jiang Ro continued, "But before this, they were all very worried about you. They didn't even have the energy to cultivate." "Is that so?" Jun Xiaoyao was silent. "Tell me honestly, what's your relationship with Shang-Yi?" Jiang Ro suddenly asked, staring at Jun Xiaoyao. This? Jun Xiaoyao was speechless under Jiang Ro's sharp gaze. Jiang Ro chuckled and said, "You really. Even Shang-Yi has fallen for you. But it doesn't matter. She can give birth to a Tao fetus of the connate divine body." Jiang Ro's words were so shocking that even Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback by what she said. "Mother, are you all so open-minded?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. As a transmigrator, he felt a little difficult to deal with. "It's not a big deal. The only trouble is Luoli. It doesn't matter. I'll explain it to her," Jiang Ro said with a smile. Her only wish now was to hold a chubby grandson as soon as possible. Whether it was Jiang Shengyi or Jiang Luoli, it didn't matter. As for the others, as long as Jun Xiaoyao liked them, Jiang Ro would also agree. All in all, Jiang Ro was not stingy. The more women Jun Xiaoyao had, the better. It could also make his bloodline flourish. "Forget it, mother. I'll go to the immortal ancient world first." Jun Xiaoyao left immediately. He didn't want to stay any longer. After leaving the Jiang family, Jun Xiaoyao went directly to the Space Flower. There was one in each of the 3,000 mystical provinces. The Jiang family's green province naturally had one too. Jun Xiaoyao went directly to the space flower in the sky above Green Province. In a flash, he rushed in. There were also a few cultivators in the surroundings who had stopped. They only saw a blurry figure in white, shrouded in immortal light, stepping into the space flower in an instant. Who is it that entered Immortal Ancient so late? That's not right. He's dressed in white and shrouded in immortal light. Why does he look like that person? You mean? Impossible. Isn't that person in the burial ground? How could it be him? That's right, it's definitely him. He's too terrifying. Moreover, did you guys notice his strength? If it's really him, I'm afraid the immortal ancient world is going to be turned upside down. The cultivators around the space flower were all shocked. It was as if they could already see shocking news coming out of the immortal ancient world, one after another. Immortal ancient world in a misty place. The space shuddered, and Jun Xiaoyao's figure flashed out. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao entered the immortal ancient world, he could feel that the surrounding qi of heaven and earth was different from the immortal domain. That kind of spiritual energy was too rich, as if it was the revival of spiritual energy. In such an environment, even a pig could cultivate into a spirit. No wonder the immortal ancient world is such a great opportunity. Even if there's nothing there, just cultivating in one place is several times faster than the outside world. Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. No wonder those geniuses still wanted to enter the immortal ancient world despite knowing that it was dangerous. The temptation of a breakthrough in cultivation was more attractive than anything else. Although I entered the immortal ancient world a few months later, in terms of cultivation, there shouldn't be many people who can surpass me. The first thing I need to do now is to find some people to understand the current situation in the immortal ancient world, Jun Xiaoyao thought. Just as he was thinking, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have reached the check-in location. Immortal Ancient World. Do you want to check in? Check in. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate. He wanted to know what good things he could get from check-in this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received a rare 8-star reward. 1/3 of the 3 Lives Immortal Sutra, the Tathagata mantra of the modern world. System. Something's wrong with you. When Jun Xiaoyao heard the first half of the sentence, he was a little happy. That's an 8-star reward. Until now, Jun Xiaoyao had only received an 8-star reward when he was born, which was the great success of breaking the shackles of the holy body. Therefore, when he heard about the 8-star reward, Jun Xiaoyao's heart was stirred. Did he become a European king? However, the second half of the sentence stunned Jun Xiaoyao. What does 1/3 mean? Host, the 3 Generations Celestial Sutra is a rare 8-star reward. It is divided into 3 parts: the past Amitabha Sutra, the present Tathagata Sutra, and the future Lifeless Sutra. Host, you only got 1/3 of it. Please continue to work hard and refresh the check-in location. There is a chance that you will get the remaining 2 parts. Hearing the system's explanation, Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. System, you've learned bad things. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. Which unscrupulous company did it learn this from? They even have a probability lottery. After complaining a little, Jun Xiaoyao also began to understand the present Tathagata Sutra. After a little understanding, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a look of surprise. This 3 Generations Celestial Sutra seemed to be specially made for the 3 generations primordial spirits. I was wondering if I should find a suitable soul cultivation method for the 3 generations primordial spirits to cultivate. Now I don't have to bother looking for one, Jun Xiaoyao said. The 3 Generations Celestial Sutra included the past Amitabha Sutra, the present Tathagata Sutra, and the future Lifeless Sutra. They could cultivate Jun Xiaoyao's past, present, and future primordial spirits, respectively. Of course, in the divine palace of Jun Xiaoyao's mind, only the present primordial spirit had been successfully condensed. The past primordial spirit had only vaguely formed a hazy embryonic form. The future primordial spirit had not yet manifested. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was not in a hurry to collect the 3 generations Celestial Sutra. Could the 3 generations Celestial Sutra really be a soul cultivation method for immortals to cultivate? Jun Xiaoyao thought. Until now, the only soul cultivation method he had was the visualization of primal chaos divine grindstone. Now he finally had a real soul cultivation method, and it was the most top-notch, the most amazing kind, the Tathagata Sutra of the modern world. When cultivated to the highest level, the primordial spirit will be like the ancient Buddha Tathagata. It won't move, won't be destroyed, won't increase or decrease. A thought can spread across the 3,000 sectors. What kind of power is this? After a rough understanding, Jun Xiaoyao sighed deeply. The Tathagata Sutra of the modern world was heaven-defying. If he could collect the 3 generations Celestial Sutra in the future, not to mention anything else, just the primordial spirit alone would be comparable to Jun Xiaoyao. Even if Jun Xiaoyao's physical body was destroyed, his primordial spirit could exist forever and could not be easily destroyed. The 3 generations Celestial Sutra was really heaven-defying, worthy of its name. However, although the Tathagata Sutra of the modern world was powerful, it was also very complicated to cultivate. Although it was a reward for signing in, Jun Xiaoyao could directly comprehend it completely. However, comprehending was one thing, cultivating was another. It still took time. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had just entered the immortal ancient world, he needed to investigate the situation. So he did not have time to comprehend the Tathagata Sutra of the modern world for the time being. Just as Jun Xiaoyao began to explore the immortal ancient world, in his spatial artifact, an artifact that had been there for a long time, trembled slightly. Well, it's the bronze compass. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. The bronze compass was pieced together by him after he had subdued the 4 symbols' ancient kingdom. The bronze compass was somewhat related to the bronze immortal palace, one of the 7 wonders. Could it be that the bronze immortal palace will appear in the immortal ancient world? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He did not forget that he still had a chance to sign in the bronze immortal palace. Chapter 383. As one of the 7 incredible worlds, the bronze immortal palace had always been mysterious. Moreover, the time and location of its appearance were uncertain. It might really appear in the immortal ancient world. Jun Xiaoyao kept this matter in mind and continued to advance in the immortal ancient world. He had to admit that the immortal ancient world was huge. It was even bigger than a prefecture. It was almost impossible for ordinary geniuses to explore the entire immortal ancient world. After a certain period of time, the immortal ancient world would close. Hence, there was no time to waste. Jun Xiaoyao also encountered some ferocious beasts in the immortal ancient world along the way. They were generally stronger than those in the outside world, and their bloodlines were more ancient. However, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, whose strength had skyrocketed, they could kill them with a flick of his finger. However, Jun Xiaoyao realized that because of the special rules in the immortal ancient world, he could not use some of the trump cards in his space dharma item. For example, he could not use the god-slaying doll. He would be restricted by the rules of heaven and earth in the immortal ancient world. However, the other geniuses could not use any of their trump cards to cheat. There is a spiritual power fluctuation in front. Moreover, there is a familiar force. Jun Xiaoyao, who was advancing, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His spiritual soul was extremely sensitive. He could sense the fluctuations of a battle in front of him. Moreover, there was a force that he could not be more familiar with. At this moment, there was a valley 1,000 miles away. The valley was filled with spiritual qi, and there was a pool in the middle. Above the pool, there were 5 balls of light that emitted Taoist rhymes. Each ball of light was the size of a fist. The Taoist rhymes made one feel enlightened. In the valley, a great battle had been going on for some time. A young man in silver armor, with thunder gloves on his hands, was fighting with the other geniuses. The young man was surrounded by the power of thunder. His eyes were like 2 pools of thunder, shooting out 3 feet of thunder. When he punched out, it was accompanied by rolling thunder. The fluctuations were powerful. The young man's strength had reached the later stage of the empty god realm. Among the geniuses who had entered the immortal ancient world, he was considered to be at the top. As for the cultivation of the true god realm, only the descendants of the top immortal forces could reach it. Lei Mingyuan, it's impossible for you to monopolize these 5 sources of Tao. Let go of them obediently, and I might even give you one. A young prince whose body was surrounded by imperial draconic aura sneered. He was a prince of the Heavenly Wave ancient kingdom. Although the Heavenly Wave ancient country was not an immortal power, it was still a first-rate power. Prince Tianlan, do you really dare to provoke our Thunder Emperor Mountain? The young man named Lei Mingyuan said coldly. Haha, what a joke. After the disappearance of the Thunder Emperor, your Thunder Emperor Mountain is no longer a lofty immortal force. You even lost the Thunder Emperor's great divine power that was passed down from your ancestors. Prince Tianlan laughed. His words were full of disdain. The Thunder Emperor, who had created the Thunder Emperor's grand magic, had also created a force in the Huangtian mystic realm called the Thunder Emperor Mountain. In the past, the Thunder Emperor Mountain was also considered an immortal force. However, following the disappearance of the Thunder Emperor, the entire Thunder Emperor Mountain gradually declined. Later on, even some of the Thunder Emperor's great divine abilities were missing, and it was difficult to pass them down completely. This lineage also gradually declined. It was not until recently that Lei Mingyuan, who had the heavenly thunder body and comprehended the incomplete Thunder Emperor's grand magic, that the Thunder Emperor Mountain was slightly invigorated. Seeing the disdain in Prince Tianlan's eyes, Lei Mingyuan secretly gritted his teeth, his face extremely cold. How dare you humiliate our Thunder Emperor Mountain? You're courting death. Lei Mingyuan attacked. Around him, the power of thunder condensed into stars and crushed toward Lei Mingyuan. Prince Tianlan and the other geniuses also attacked. Their cultivation levels were also between the intermediate and advanced void god realm, so there was not much difference between them. There was not much suspense in this battle. Without a huge gap in cultivation level, Lei Mingyuan could only be beaten up. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Prince Tianlan's eyes flashed coldly. They began to kill. At the same time, outside the immortal ancient world, beside the immortal ancient mirror, some of the elders of the Thunder Emperor Mountain had ugly expressions. On the other side, the monarch of the Tianlan ancient kingdom was also present. Seeing this scene, he could not help but shake his head and laugh. He said to the elders of the Thunder Emperor Mountain, "You geniuses of the Thunder Emperor Mountain are really stubborn. It's a pity that you're going to give up your life." Hearing the monarch of the Tianlan kingdom's words, the elders of the Thunder Emperor Mountain's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. That genius of the Thunder Emperor Mountain is going to die. Isn't it normal to die? Many geniuses of the immortal forces have died in the immortal ancient world. Some of the elders of the surrounding forces discussed. At this moment, a few hundred miles away from where Lei Mingyuan and the others were fighting, Jun Xiaoyao's hazy figure appeared in the void. Seeing the fluctuations in the valley before him, Jun Xiaoyao's face was calm. Lei Mingyuan, however, caught his attention. "It's indeed the Thunder Emperor's grand magic," Jun Xiaoyao said. Previously, he had sensed a familiar energy. As expected, it was the power of the Thunder Emperor's grand magic. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not a good person. Although that young man had the incomplete Thunder Emperor's grand magic, it had nothing to do with Jun Xiaoyao. Hence, he was too lazy to make a move. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to leave, he suddenly saw the 5 balls of light floating in the pond behind Lei Mingyuan. Could that be? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. If it was not bad, then it should be the rare origin of Tao. The origin of Tao was a type of energy that could be compared to a supreme grade immortal origin. Not only that, The Taoist rhyme contained within the origin of Tao was also helpful for breaking through to the next realm. If Jun Xiaoyao wanted to break through to the heavenly god realm or the Tao god realm, the more origin of Tao he had, the better. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao did not hesitate and stepped into the air. On the other side, in the valley, the battle had reached its climax. One had to admit that as the most powerful genius of the Thunder Emperor Mountain, Lei Mingyuan's strength was indeed extraordinary. With the heavenly thunder body and the incomplete Thunder Emperor's grand magic, his combat strength was extremely strong. However, Prince Tianlan and the other geniuses were not much weaker than him. Coupled with the fact that they outnumbered him, they naturally had the upper hand. Dai Lei Mingyuan, Prince Tianlan and the other geniuses attacked together. Terrifying dermic powers swept out. At this moment, a figure flashed into the valley. Who is it? Prince Tianlan and the other geniuses' eyes flashed. However, what happened next on them? However, when the frightening mana fluctuation neared the figure, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. This was too illogical. One had to know that there were a total of 5 empty god realm geniuses on their side. When the 5 empty god realm geniuses attacked together, they could even hold their own against a genius of the exceptional empty god realm. However, when they attacked together, they could not even touch the corner of that figure's clothes. This was too strange. Chapter 384. That's right. I, the Son of God, will take these origins of Tao. With his back to Prince Tianlan and the others, Jun Xiaoyao looked at the origins of Tao above the pool and nodded in satisfaction. Prince Tianlan and the others' expressions changed when they heard this. They had fought with Lei Mingyuan for so long for these 5 origins of Tao. Now, someone wanted to intercept them? How could they tolerate this? I'm a prince of Tianlan Ancient Kingdom. Brother, aren't you being a little overbearing? Prince Tianlan said with a gloomy face, Do you think you're worthy to call me, the Son of God, your brother? Jun Xiaoyao did not even bother to deal with Prince Tianlan and the others. He went straight up, intending to collect the 5 sources of the Great Path. As for Lei Mingyuan, he stood frozen on the spot and did not move. That was because he saw Jun Xiaoyao's face. Although he was shrouded in divine brilliance, Lei Mingyuan reacted immediately. Jun! 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 Lei Mingyuan stuttered because he was too shocked. It was as if a character that only existed in legends had suddenly appeared in front of them. Anyone would be stunned if they were in his shoes. Even though Lei Mingyuan was a heaven's pride of Thunder Emperor Mountain, he was just a small fry in front of a legendary figure like Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao was going to collect the origins of Tao, Prince Tianlan and the others were filled with killing intent. Without saying a word, the 5 void god realm heavens prides attacked again. Imperial Draconic Qi Technique. Prince Tianlan's body surged with golden draconic qi and turned into the shadow of a golden dragon. He soared toward Jun Xiaoyao. The other 4 heavens prides did the same. Powerful energy waves swept across the entire valley. Watch out! Lei Mingyuan couldn't help but cry out. Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly. He turned around and unleashed his peak true immortal realm cultivation base. His aura erupted like a volcano, shaking the entire valley. This aura, true immortal realm. Prince Tianlan was stupefied when he sensed the terrifying aura. When he caught sight of Jun Xiaoyao's indifferent face and shrouded in immortal light, Prince Tianlan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. No, impossible, I must be dreaming. Jun family's son of God. Prince Tianlan and the other 4 heavenly legends were all dumbfounded. They never thought that Jun Xiaoyao would appear. Didn't the son of God of the Jun family not come to the immortal ancient world? Also, his cultivation is not right. Another genius trembled. Not to mention why Jun Xiaoyao would suddenly appear in the immortal ancient world. But there was something wrong with his cultivation. In the eyes of the world, he was only a noble of the reaching heaven state. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had gone to the burial ground some time ago. In that kind of environment, it was good enough that he was still alive. It was almost impossible for him to cultivate and improve. They had stayed in the immortal ancient world for so long. In terms of cultivation, they should be able to surpass Jun Xiaoyao. But what the hell was the aura of the complete true immortal realm? All of their ultimate moves were nullified by Jun Xiaoyao's magical immunity before they were even able to land on him. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. Ants were always annoying. Prince Tianlan and the others felt their hair stand on end when they saw the flash of killing intent in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. They hurriedly said, "Son of God, please forgive us. We didn't know it was the Son of God who came." "Please," however, before Prince Tianlan and the others could finish their words, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. Lightning twined between his fingers and shot out sparks. The power of lightning burst out and gathered into lightning stars, which rushed toward Prince Tianlan and the others. Prince Tianlan and the other 4 heavenly legends of the Void God realm were directly hit and turned into charred corpses that fell to the ground. The whole valley returned to a dead silence. Only Lei Mingyuan's breathing was extremely rapid. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. It was not only because Jun Xiaorao killed Prince Tianlan and the others with a raise of his hand. It was because of the moves he used. Thunder Emperor's great divine ability, and its power is much stronger than mine. Lei Mingyuan took a deep breath. If he did not know Jun Xiaoyao's identity, he would have thought that the ancestor of the Thunder Emperor Mountain had sneaked in. No, even the ancestor of the Thunder Emperor Mountain could not cultivate the Thunder Emperor's great superpower to such a proficient level. Lei Mingyuan was so excited that his heart was trembling. He did not know how Jun Xiaoyao was able to use the Thunder Emperor's great superpower, but he had a hunch that Jun Xiaoyao might have mastered the complete Thunder Emperor's great superpower. This was extremely important to the Thunder Emperor Mountain. At the same time, beside the immortal ancient mirror, all the experts of the various forces were dumbfounded. The emperor of the Tianlan country, who had a smile on his face, was dumbfounded as if he had lost his soul. The elders of the Thunder Emperor Mountain, who were originally gloomy, were also surprised. Am I seeing things? Is that the son of God of the Jun family? That's right. It's the son of God of the Jun family. He actually appeared in the immortal ancient world? No. Shouldn't you be paying attention to his cultivation? Has he reached the true God realm? When they saw the peerless figure in white, countless forces around the immortal ancient mirror were in an uproar. It was as if they had seen an incredible scene. On the Jun family's side, Jun Zhantian and the other elders of the Jun family were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Haha, Xiaoyao did not disappoint. What else do you have to say? Jun Zhantian laughed heartily. Then he looked at the Archean royalty with a mocking tone. Zulong, the Wan Huang Spirit Mountain, the ancient Qilin Cave, and the other elders of the royal family all had dark faces. They did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to really come back. Furthermore, his cultivation had exceeded everyone's expectations. The true God realm. How is that possible? The son of God of the Jun family was lucky enough to come back alive from the burial ground. How could he have made such progress? Many people found it unbelievable. Because the eternal burial ground was isolated from the immortal realm, news of the eternal burial ground would not spread to the Huangtian mystic realm so quickly. Because of this, no one knew what Jun Xiaoyao had experienced in the eternal burial ground. Great. With Xiaoyao here, he can avenge the Jun family. Some elders of the Jun family had a cold look in their eyes. Previously, the Jun family had lost 3 sequence elders. They were all killed by the Archean royalty, the fallen god palace, and other hostile forces. Of course, Jun Lingsang and the other sequence elders also took revenge and killed many people from the Archean royalty and the fallen god palace. Even so, the Jun family was still targeted in the immortal ancient world. The Jun family needed someone who could stabilize the situation. Without a doubt, Jun Xiaoyao was the most suitable candidate. I seem to have seen the scene of blood rain in the immortal ancient world. Some elders of the major forces sighed. With Jun Xiaoyao's domineering personality, he would definitely kill after learning about the situation of the Jun family. The immortal ancient world had only begun to become interesting now. Chapter 385. After Prince Tianlan and the others perished by the valley, Jun Xiaoyao walked to the pool and collected the 5 sources of the Great Path. Lei Mingyuan didn't dare to object when he saw this. He didn't even make a sound. If Prince Tianlan and the others were fighting for it, Lei Mingyuan would have resisted with all his might. But Jun Xiaoyao wanted the sources of Tao, so Lei Mingyuan couldn't even muster up the will to resist. This was human nature. When everyone's level was about the same, no one would submit to the other. They would fight until their heads bled. But when a person was facing someone who was far more powerful than him, he would only feel respect and submission. There would be no fighting spirit. This was Lei Mingyuan's current state of mind. Although he was the Thunder Emperor Mountain's heaven's pride, he was also extraordinarily talented and famous. But compared to Jun Xiaoyao, who was known to be invincible among the younger generation, he was too far away. Identity, status, and strength were not in the same world. Therefore, Lei Mingyuan didn't feel angry or sullen. Instead, he was willing to accept it. Yes, it's difficult to find a single sources of Tao in the outside world, but in the immortal ancient world, they can be found directly. Jun Xiaoyao played with the sources of Tao in his hand and sighed in admiration. Not long after entering the immortal ancient world, he had already obtained 5 rare sources of Tao. In other places in the immortal ancient world, Jun Xiaoyao might be able to obtain more sources of Tao. With enough sources of Tao, Jun Xiaoyao's immortal Daluo immortal body would be cultivated very quickly. By then, Jun Xiaoyao's already monstrous body would definitely reach a higher level. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate and began to refine the 5 sources of Tao. He raised his hand and performed the devouring god demonic art. A pitch-black devouring vortex appeared and began to refine the 5 sources of Tao. Lei Mingyuan retreated to the side. Seeing the devouring vortex, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. As expected, the successor of the demonic art, Yan Qingying, who is being hunted by the saintess of the sacred sect recently, is a follower of the Jun family's son of God. After seeing the devouring god demonic art, Lei Mingyuan was completely certain. His eyes flickered as he made up his mind. If Lei Mingyuan wanted to make a name for himself in the immortal ancient world, it was impossible to rely on his own strength. He needed to hug the thickest thigh. Jun Xiaoyao was, without a doubt, the best candidate. Ordinary prodigies would need 3 to 5 days to digest 5 Tao origins. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, only used a few hours to completely refine it. The number of origin immortal bones in his body had increased by 10 to 170. Jun Xiaoyao was rather surprised by what he saw. This was because the further one cultivated the origin immortal bone, the more energy one needed to consume. Even now, it was difficult to refine one origin immortal bone even with 100 low-grade immortal sources. However, 1 ball of origin of the Tao was enough to refine 2 pieces. Jun Xiaoyao only needed to find more origin of the Tao to refine all 206 bones in his body into origin immortal bones. By then, no one in the immortal ancient world would be able to stop Jun Xiaoyao once his immortal body was completed. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze then fell upon Lei Mingyuan, who was standing at the side. While he was refining the origin of the Tao, Lei Mingyuan did not play any tricks. Instead, he stood guard outside as if he was protecting him. When he saw Jun Xiaoyao looking at him, Lei Mingyuan immediately felt pressured. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was now at the complete true God realm. Void God realm prodigies could be killed with a flick of his finger. 163. Lei Mingyuan still had some lies in his heart. However, he gritted his teeth and suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. I am the successor of the Thunder Emperor Mountain, Lei Mingyuan. I am willing to follow the son of God of the Jun family. Thunder Emperor Mountain. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. This Thunder Emperor Mountain was also an immortal force in the immortal realm. Unfortunately, it had declined. Jun Xiaoyao did not know much about the Thunder Emperor Mountain, but he vaguely knew that the Thunder Emperor Mountain was related to the Thunder Emperor. In that case, it was also related to Jun Xiaoyao. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had inherited the complete Thunder Emperor's superpower. Seeing Lei Mingyuan's actions, Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised. Thinking about it from another perspective, if he were Lei Mingyuan, seeing such a thick thigh, he would probably also hug it. You are doing this for the Thunder Emperor's superpower, right? Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Lei Mingyuan's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. It was hard to imagine that a famous immortal force prodigy would be scared out of his wits because of Jun Xiaoyao's words. However, Lei Mingyuan still clenched his teeth and said, Lei Mingyuan does not dare. I have only heard of the Son of God's great name. I respect you and am willing to follow you. Don't be nervous. I am not a bloodthirsty person. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Lei Mingyuan could not help but curse in his heart when he heard that. Jun Xiaoyao was famous for his cruel behavior towards his enemies. However, you are indeed not qualified to be my follower, the Son of God. Jun Xiaoyao said straightforwardly. What he said was the truth. Although Lei Mingyuan was the successor of the Thunder Emperor Mountain and possessed the heavenly thunder body, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, he was not qualified to be his follower. No matter if it was Yu or Yan Qingying, they were both people with great talents and great opportunities. Even Wang Chuan, who was an ancient freak, was qualified to be his follower. In comparison, Lei Mingyuan was too weak. Lei Mingyuan smiled bitterly when he heard Jun Xiaoyao's words. He knew his own limitations and just wanted to give it a try. However, this Son of God has just arrived in the immortal ancient world. I am still lacking a scout and guide, Jun Xiaoyao said. Lei Mingyuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. He hurriedly said, Lei Mingyuan is willing to follow the Son of God everywhere. Lei Mingyuan was excited. Even if he could not be Jun Xiaoyao's follower, being an errand boy was good enough. I'm sure this Son of God will not mistreat you. Although the Thunder Emperor's great divine power is not bad, it is not impossible for me to pass it to you. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Lei Mingyuan was so excited that his face turned red when he heard that. As expected of the Son of God of the Jun family, he was so generous. This was a top divine power that was comparable to the true dragon's great divine power and the divine phoenix's great divine power. Only Jun Xiaoyao had the courage to say something like that. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao was willing to give Lei Mingyuan a chance. In fact, he was also trying to get an ally for the Jun family. Although the Thunder Emperor Mountain had declined, it was an immortal force after all. Its foundation was still there, and it was qualified to be an ally of the Jun family. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao could not give the Thunder Emperor's great divine power to Lei Mingyuan now. It would depend on his performance. By the way, Master Son of God, Yan Qingying is your follower, right? Lei Mingyuan suddenly asked. I heard about it before. She seems to be in trouble, Jun Xiaoyao said. He was not too anxious. As a person with great providence, Yan Qingying would not die so easily. This happened to be a test for Yan Qingying. I heard that the saintess of the sacred sect, Beimi Hu, seems to have joined forces with the Little Western Paradise's Buddhist lady, Miao Wuxin, to completely kill Yan Qingying, Lei Mingyuan said. Chapter 386. If only the subordinates of the saintess were chasing after Yan Qingying, then Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't have to worry too much. After all, Yan Qingying was the successor of demonic arts. She could still handle this situation. However, if the Buddha lady of Little Western Paradise was involved, then the situation would be different. As an immortal sect that had been passed down since ancient times, Little Western Paradise kept a very low profile and was also very mysterious. Most importantly, Little Western Paradise and Jun Xiaoyao had a grudge against each other. The Bodhisattva of Little Western Paradise, Bahai, was killed by Jun Xiaoyao in the lower realm. Although Little Western Paradise didn't say anything about it later. But obviously, Little Western Paradise wouldn't pretend that nothing had happened. It was only because of Jun Xiaoyao's background and Fahai's own death that Little Western Paradise didn't find trouble with Jun Xiaoyao. And now, the Buddha lady of Little Western Paradise had also started to target Yan Qingying. It wasn't just because Yan Qingying had the god-devouring demonic art. She wanted to take revenge on Yan Qingying. They are courting death. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. A few days ago, I heard some news that the supporters of the Saintess wanted to force Yan Qingying to a place called the Broken Soul Cliff. Lei Mingyuan continued. After all, he had stayed in the immortal ancient world for much longer than Jun Xiaoyao. He also knew more than Jun Xiaoyao through various channels. With Lei Mingyuan around, it was much more convenient for Jun Xiaoyao to do things. Let's go and take a look. Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeve. He didn't just want to solve Yan Qingying's predicament. He also wanted to show his skills and tell those enemies that he, Jun Xiaoyao, was back. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's terrifying aura, Lei Mingyuan was surprised and happy at the same time. His choice was right. The Broken Soul Cliff was a famous place in the periphery of the immortal ancient world. The Broken Soul Cliff was bottomless, and there was a special domain in the air. Any cultivator who tried to fly across the Breaking Soul Cliff would be suppressed by the power of the domain and fall into the bottomless abyss. You want to force me into the Broken Soul Cliff? Do you think it's that easy? A beautiful figure flew across the sky. The fallen angel wings behind her flapped. It was Yan Qingying. Her skin was originally extremely white, but now it was as white as snow. It was obvious that she had used up a lot of energy. However, her aura was still stable. Along the way, she had killed many geniuses as she fought and retreated. Even so, there was still an endless stream of geniuses joining the team to hunt down Yan Qingying. The reason was simple. The Saintess Bei Mihu's influence was too great. She was known as the Benevolent Holy Lady, benevolent and benevolent. She originally had great prestige in immortal domain, having heavenly geniuses from all sides following her. In addition, Yan Qingying had used the god-devouring demonic art to devour and refine many geniuses in the immortal ancient world. As soon as the Saintess called out, many geniuses responded and came to kill her. The hundreds of sky prides behind him were his loyal supporters. However, Yan Qingying did not think that she had done anything wrong. Survival of the fittest was the law of heaven and earth. When she came to a mortal domain from the lower realm, the only thing she relied on was the god-devouring demonic art. It was impossible for her not to use the god-devouring demonic art. Only by cultivating the god-devouring demonic art will I have the qualifications to continue being young master's follower. Yan Qingying did not regret it at all. The fallen angel wings behind her flapped, and she prepared to turn in another direction. Yan Qingying was not stupid. She naturally knew that these geniuses wanted to force her into the Broken Soul Cliff. At that time, it would be difficult for Yan Qingying to escape. However, just as Yan Qingying was about to turn, in another direction, a golden Buddhist light suddenly shone. A beautiful figure was sitting cross-legged in the void. It was a woman dressed in snow-white monk robes. Her skin was as white as snow, and she looked like a jade sculpture. What was noticeable was that the woman did not have an inch of hair on her head. However, it did not look out of place. Instead, it gave off a strange sense of beauty. This nun was enveloped in Buddhist light, and there was a golden Buddhist halo behind her head. She looked incomparably holy and dignified. When she saw this nun, Yan Qingying's expression changed. The Buddha daughter of Little Western Paradise. The Little Western Paradise had a Buddha son and Buddha daughter. The Buddha's son Fahai had already been killed by Jun Xiaoyao. The current Buddha daughter had also entered the world when the immortal ancient world appeared. Yan Qingying, you've cultivated a demonic art and killed countless people. Stop now, the Buddha daughter of Little Western Paradise, Miao Wuxin, said lightly. You're probably here because young master once killed the Little Western Paradise's Buddha son. Yan Qingying's obsidian eyes shot out a cold light. She hated this kind of hypocrite the most. Revenge was revenge, but they had to make it sound so dignified. Life and death are predestined. Fahai's death was his own fault. However, the god-devouring demonic art that you cultivate is too domineering. It goes against the harmony of the world. If you destroy your own demonic art, I can also persuade Pimi, who to stop chasing after you. Miao Wuxin put her palms together and said solemnly, Impossible. Yan Qingying's beautiful eyes were cold. At this moment, hundreds of sky prides chased after her like a swarm of locusts. Yan Qingying gritted her teeth. The fallen angel wings on her back flapped and she escaped. With Miao Wuxin around, she could not change her direction. Sai, you're too stubborn. You have the god-devouring demonic art. Everyone has the right to kill you. Miao Wuxin shook her head slightly. At this moment, on top of a mountain range not far away, there was a mountain range. A woman in a holy robe was standing in the wind. She was beautiful, and her eyes were filled with compassion. She looked like a merciful holy mother. This woman was the saint of the sacred sect, Pimi, who. But at this moment, there was a cold light in her eyes. If her followers saw this, they would be surprised that the merciful saint of the sacred sect would have such a look. Back then, the heaven-devouring demonic Lord devoured and killed many members of the sacred sect. Now that a successor has appeared, I must nip it in the bud. Pimi, whose eyes were cold. Everyone thought that she was chasing after Yan Qingying because of the bloody massacre she had caused. In fact, it was because the heaven-devouring demonic lord had caused great harm to the sacred sect. Even a few of her bloodline ancestors had fallen because of the heaven-devouring demonic lord. Pimi, whose action was purely for revenge. There was no other reason behind it. Her supporters had unknowingly become tools for her to use. The sacred sect's son is now looking for an opportunity to transform. His strength is not much weaker than Long Out Yen, Wang Tang, and the others. What I need to do now is to kill Yan Qingying completely. She should be forced to the broken soul cliff soon. It's time to make a move. Pimi, who muttered to herself. She took a step forward and flew towards the broken soul cliff. The broken soul cliff. Looking at it, it was like a deep valley that had cracked open. It spanned thousands of miles. Moreover, there was a domain restriction above the broken soul cliff, so it was impossible to fly over. Yan Qingying arrived at the place with a cold expression. She turned around. Hundreds of sky prides had already caught up and surrounded her. Miao Wuxin had also come. She sat cross-legged in the void, looking solemn. There were also many sky prides around them who were watching the show. That's the follower of the Jun family's son of God, Yan Qingying. She's really miserable now. After all, the god-devouring demonic art is already notorious. No one wants this demonic art to be passed down. It's normal for everyone to want to kill her. Sai, it's a pity that the Jun family's son of God did not come to the immortal ancient world. Otherwise, Pimi, Hu, and the others would be the unlucky ones. That's not necessarily true. The Jun family's son of God's strength is still unknown. Sounds of discussion could be heard from all directions. At this moment, a holy light surged in the void. A woman in a holy robe stepped on the auspicious light that filled the sky. She was like a merciful holy mother. Yan Qingying, as the successor of the god-devouring demonic art, do you know your crime? The one who came was naturally Pimi Hu. Her attitude was condescending, and her tone was as if she was judging a sinner. Killing one is a crime. Killing 10,000 is a hero. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, let's fight. Yan Qingying's black hair danced in the wind, and her aura rose. Her temperament was like a murderous empress in the darkness, but also like a fallen angel. She carried a boundless killing intent. Yan Qingying would rather die than fall. As Jun Xiaoyao's follower, she had the prestige of not falling. A battle to the death was about to begin. Chapter 387. The atmosphere in the air was extremely solemn. During the period when the immortal ancient world was opened, Yan Qingying had killed many people. As the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, killing had always been with Yan Qingying. She had even received the title of demoness. However, Yan Qingying did not care about the reputation of the world. She only cared about Jun Xiaoyao. As long as she could continue to become stronger through the god-devouring demonic technique, she would be qualified to continue being Jun Xiaoyao's follower. The stronger she was, the more help she would be to Jun Xiaoyao. Yan Qingying did not want to be a burden or a vase. She wanted to be Jun Xiaoyao's right-hand man. Therefore, Yan Qingying had been killing to improve herself. Of course, Yan Qingying was not a lunatic who would kill anyone she saw. Yan Qingying would only kill those who had a conflict with her. Even so, Yan Qingying's hands were stained with blood, but she did not regret it. Yan Qingying, I'll give you one last chance. Destroy your own god-devouring demonic technique, and there's still room for redemption, Miao Wuxin said. Her tone was extremely calm, and no one could tell if she was telling the truth or pretending. Destroy my own demonic technique, and then surrender. Yan Qingying said coldly. There's no need to talk to her. This person's demonic nature is already deep, and she has killed countless people. Killing her is equivalent to saving a group of living beings. Why not? Bei Mi, who said pretentiously, That's right, the saintess is right. That's right, the saintess is merciful. This Yan Qingying relied on the fact that she was the follower of the Jun family's son of God to kill indiscriminately. The heavens will not let her go. The hundreds of geniuses were all Bei Mi's supporters. At this moment, their eyes were filled with admiration. In the next moment, a great battle broke out. Under Bei Mi, whose signal, those geniuses attacked. Although their individual strength was not very strong, when hundreds of them worked together, the change in quantity caused a qualitative change. Unless it was someone like Jun Xiaoyao, Wang Teng, or Long Outyan who had absolute strength and could ignore the number. The other geniuses, even the successor of the demonic technique, Yan Qingying, could not kill so many geniuses casually. Kill. Yan Qingying's black hair fluttered in the wind. Her aura was like that of a dark queen of slaughter. Using the god-devouring demonic art, many devouring vortexes appeared. As soon as she struck, she displayed her powerful cultivation of great empty god realm. With this kind of cultivation, as long as he did not run into those monstrous geniuses of the true god realm, he would be safe and sound. Unfortunately, Yan Qingying was facing hundreds of geniuses. Among them, the weakest was at the consummate divine fire realm, and there were even more at the void god realm. Qila! Blood splattered everywhere. Yan Qingying's god-engulfing demonic art tore more than 10 prodigies into pieces and refined them. However, even more heaven's favorites made their moves. Their spiritual energy vibrated like a tidal wave, shaking the heavens and the earth. Seeing Yan Qingying being surrounded, Bei Mi, whose beautiful face was filled with coldness, the sky-devouring patriarch's bloodline should be completely wiped out. Once Yan Qingying is killed, only the son of God of the Jun family will be left with the god-devouring demonic technique, Mimi who thought to himself. She even started to think if there was a way to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Our saint sect has passed down from many immortal realms. Although the Jun family is strong, it is not impossible to provoke them, Mimi who thought to herself. Moreover, there was no taboo in killing in the immortal ancient world. At that time, if Jun Xiaoyao really entered the immortal ancient world, Mimi, who might really have some ideas. Just as Mimi, who was thinking about her next plan, Miao Wuxin spoke. Mimi, who, if we don't make a move, we won't be able to take down Yan Qingying. Hearing Miao Wuxin's words, Mimi, who looked over, she realized that although Yan Qingying was in a desperate situation, she had relied on the powerful devouring ability of the god-devouring demonic art to hold on. The moment Yan Qingying's injuries appeared, she used the god-devouring demonic art to devour the enemy's blood to recover. In this short period of time, close to 100 geniuses had fallen. A trapped beast will still fight. Mimi, who said, coldly, she made her move. Saintly jade mark. Mimi, who waved her jade-like palm, and light flowed, striking out streaks of light marks in the void. Along with powerful dermic powers, it swept towards Yan Qingying. The saintess has finally made her move. The surrounding geniuses were extremely excited. On the other side, Miao Wuxin also made her move. Mystic Lotus Seal. Miao Wuxin formed a lotus seal and blasted it out. White lotuses appeared in the void, and they were incomparably holy with Buddhist light. As the saintess of the Little Western Paradise, Miao Wuxin's methods were also very shocking. Both of their cultivation levels were not weaker than Yan Qingying's. Now that they made their moves at the same time, even Yan Qingying's expression changed abruptly. Black Sky Demonic Finger. Yan Qingying used the powerful technique of the god-devouring demonic art. She pointed her jade-like finger, and the black, god-devouring demonic qi gathered and turned into a giant, pitch-black finger. The fluctuations were extremely shocking. How terrifying! As expected of the successor of the god-devouring demonic art. No wonder the son of God of the Jun family likes her. Feeling the powerful fluctuations of Yan Qingying's technique, the surrounding geniuses who were watching the show were extremely shocked. Jun Xiaoyao's foresight was indeed extraordinary. The people he chose were all outstanding in their own way. Rumble. The void exploded, and the dermic power rippled out in all directions. Yan Qingying spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body retreated violently. Her breathing became chaotic. Yan Qingying was indeed very strong. After devouring the fallen son of God, the Sky Demon Prince, and the others, she had obtained even more powerful talents. However, Bai Mihu and Miao Wuxin were not pushovers either. One was the saintess of the sacred sect, and the other was the saintess of the Little Western Paradise. The two of them combined were enough to suppress or even kill Yan Qingying. Damn it, if only I could be a little stronger and break through to the true immortal realm. Yan Qingying was furious. She hated herself for being too weak. Yan Qingying died. Bai Mihu attacked again, wanting to kill Yan Qingying completely. A hint of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. The successor of the heaven-devouring demonic lord was finally going to die in her hands. As the saying went, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Sigh, don't blame me for being heartless. Miao Wuxin also wanted to use her ultimate move to kill Yan Qingying. At the same time, she thought to herself, Fahai, I've helped you to settle a part of your karma. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he will eventually suffer retribution. Seeing the two women about to kill, the surrounding group of Skype rides shook their heads. Looks like the son of God of the Jun family will have one less follower. If you want me to die, you won't have it easy either. Yan Qingying's hair was stained with blood, which made her even more pitiful. To be honest, if not for Yan Qingying's murderous aura, she might have become a goddess in the hearts of these Skype rides. Yan Qingying also activated her demonic body, preparing to fight to the death. Of course, she also knew that this time she would not be able to survive. Meeting young master in this life is Qingying's greatest fortune. Unfortunately, Qingying can't keep up with young master's footsteps. Yan Qingying muttered in her heart. The terrifying waves of dermic powers were about to collide. Yan Qingying slowly closed her beautiful eyes. It was not that she did not want to resist, but she was powerless. However, the pain of his body being torn apart did not come as he had expected. Many exclamations sounded in Yan Qingying's ears, as if something unbelievable had happened. Then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Do you know how to write the word death for those who dare to touch the Son of God? Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. == Chapter 388. Yan Qingying's eyelids trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. A figure that she had been thinking about day and night appeared in front of her. He was still dressed in snow-white robes and stood with his hands behind his back. In Yan Qingying's eyes, the tall and thin figure was like a mountain that she could only look up to. It was as if she had faith in him. Young master. Yan Qingying's voice trembled slightly. She couldn't believe it, as if she was in a dream. "Are you all right? I'll help you vent your anger." Jun Xiaoyao didn't turn around but said indifferently. He had always been a protective person, as long as it was someone related to him. Even if they had committed a heinous crime, Jun Xiaoyao would protect them to the end. Moreover, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Yan Qingying's killing method was nothing out of the ordinary. So what if he killed her? "Young master!" Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Yan Qingying's eyes became slightly blurry. She knew in her heart that although Jun Xiaoyao looked cold and indifferent, he was very cold. But to the people around him, he would protect them to the end. This touched Yan Qingying's heart and made her feel numb. However, on the other side, Beimi Hu Miao Wuxin and the others weren't in such a good mood. The two of them had shocked expressions on their faces, because just now Jun Xiaoyao appeared as if he had appeared in a flash. Therefore, Beimi Hu Miao Wuxin and Yan Qingying's ultimate moves were equivalent to attacking Jun Xiaoyao at the same time. However, that terrifying wave of magical power seemed to have disappeared without a trace. It didn't even stir up a corner of Jun Xiaoyao. "It's the Jun family's son of God. The Jun family's son of God has appeared." The surrounding group of geniuses who were watching the show first froze, then couldn't help but exclaim. Astonishment, extreme astonishment. No one expected that a few months after the immortal ancient world opened, Jun Xiaoyao actually entered the immortal ancient world. However, the most shocking thing was Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation. These geniuses who were watching the show couldn't see through it. They could only feel a vague pressure pressing down on their hearts like a mountain. That's impossible. The divine child of the Jun family was only in the reaching heaven realm when he was buried. How is it that I, a void god, can't see through him now? The surrounding prodigies were doubting their lives. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were coldly sizing up Beimi Hu and Miao Wuxin. Lei Mingyuan, who had rushed over, shook his head when he saw Beimi Hu and the others. He knew that with Jun Xiaoyao's character, the breaking soul cliff would be stained with blood today. The Holy Church, Little Western Paradise. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. Little Western Paradise was very low-key and mysterious. Jun Xiaoyao didn't know much about the saint, but he had heard about it from the elders in his clan. The foundation of this sect was also very deep. It even spanned across many immortal realms. Their religion believed in the legendary Lord of Gulen. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao didn't believe in these things. The so-called god was just a slightly more powerful person. As long as Jun Xiaoyao had enough time to become more powerful, he could kill any god, Buddha, or Lord of Gulen if he wanted to. Jun Xiaoyao, Beimi Hu and Miao Wuxin looked unprecedentedly solemn. It wasn't just because of Jun Xiaoyao's sudden appearance. It was also because of Jun Xiaoyao's current aura, which made them feel pressured. As long as Jun Xiaoyao didn't release his aura, these people with low cultivation levels wouldn't be able to sense it. They could only feel that Jun Xiaoyao's aura was unfathomable, which made them feel pressured. This son of God asks you, do you know how to write the word death? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly and said calmly, Jun Xiaoyao, I didn't expect you to show up. However, Your follower has the devouring god demonic skill and has killed countless people. She bears a great sin, Beimihu said coldly. After all, she was the saintess of the saint and had a high status. She couldn't be scared to the ground by Jun Xiaoyao. Moreover, there was a saint in the immortal ancient world. The saint's strength had reached the true immortal realm, which was close to Wang Teng and Long Outyin. Beimihu didn't believe that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid. A great sin. Jun Xiaoyao smirked. He found it ridiculous. Jun Xiaoyao, I tried to persuade her to destroy the devouring god demonic skill. But she refused, so this is the only way. Miao Wuxin put her hands together and shook her head. Destroy the demonic skill? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to ask the son of God's follower to destroy the demonic skill? Jun Xiaoyao's face was cold. You. Miao Wuxin's face froze. She was extremely embarrassed. As the saintess of the little western paradise, it was the first time she had been treated with such an attitude. Jun Xiaoyao, you are the son of God of the clan of the ancients. Can't you be reasonable? Beimihu said righteously. The so-called saintess was like that. She stood on the moral high ground and criticized, belittled, and judged others at will. She was smug because of this, thinking that she was noble, holy, and amazing. However, there were many idiots who flattered such a saintess. Yes, even if you are the son of God of the Jun family, you can't be unreasonable. The devouring god demonic skill shouldn't have appeared in the world. The saintess is right. The hundreds of supporters around Beimi who spoke in unison, condemning Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's face was expressionless. It seemed that he was not angry. However, those who were familiar with Jun Xiaoyao knew that Jun Xiaoyao was the scariest when he was expressionless. Oh, if that's the case, then this son of God also has the devouring god demonic skill. Are you going to kill this son of God too? Jun Xiaoyao said. His question caused the surroundings to fall silent. Kill Jun Xiaoyao? That was crazy. Let's not talk about whether or not they had the ability to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Even if they had the ability to kill Jun Xiaoyao, not many people would have the guts to do so unless they were crazy. None of the geniuses present thought that they were crazy, so none of them would do such a stupid thing. The Son of God doesn't use the devouring god demonic skill to kill. Of course, we can be lenient, Beimihu said with an unnatural expression. They were obviously afraid of Jun Xiaoyao's strength and identity, but they still had to find an excuse for themselves. Hee, then you're wrong. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a strange light. For some reason, Beimihu, Miao Wuxin, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. Who told you that this son of God doesn't kill? Now I'll show you what real killing is. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he raised his right hand. A terrifying storm of magic power swept out, accompanied by surging netherworld energy. Gate of hell, open. Jun Xiaoyao shouted coldly, like a demon king angering 3,000 worlds. The netherworld energy surged and turned into a gate of hell that was thousands of feet tall in the void. This was the ultimate move of the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant. With supreme power, it opened the gate of hell and summoned countless demons from hell. However, Jun Xiaoyao only had 30,000 draconic elephant granules in his body that had been converted into elemental elephant granules. Therefore, he couldn't fully open the gate of hell. However, even if he only opened a small gap, thousands of evil spirits and rakshases swarmed out. Like a black tide, they swept towards Beimihu, Miao Wuxin, and the hundreds of geniuses. No, what is this? Don't come near me. Ah, it was a scene of blood and carnage. Hundreds of geniuses were torn to shreds by the tide of evil spirits and rakshases. Blood rained down from the sky, broken limbs fell, and internal organs splattered everywhere. It was a gory scene. The whole scene was like the 18th level of hell. The geniuses who were watching from afar were all pale and trembling. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao, who was dressed in snow-white robes, was no longer a divine child who was as transcendent as a deity in their eyes. He had become a true demon king. Chapter 389. If one were to look at Jun Xiaoyao's appearance alone, he would definitely look like a deity that had been banished from the world. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's methods were incomparably bloody and cruel. With a raise of his hand, he summoned demons from hell and killed hundreds of sky prides. This was no longer a battle, but a complete massacre. In the face of the hundreds of sky prides' cries for mercy, Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face was as cold as ice, without the slightest bit of emotion. Heaven and earth were merciless, and all living things were like straw dogs. In Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, these sky prides were like a bunch of stupid ants. They were not even worthy of pity. Behind him, Yan Qingying watched this scene without the slightest bit of pity in her eyes. Instead, she felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. These sky prides had been bewitched by the saintess Beimi who to come and kill her, but now they had become pigs and dogs to be slaughtered. To be honest, these sky prides were not unforgivable people. Unfortunately, they had offended Yan Qingying. Jun Xiaoyao did not care whether these people were good or bad. As long as they offended him, they would all die. Yan Qingying's gaze finally landed on Jun Xiaoyao's back. Although Yan Qingying was very competitive, as long as she was by Jun Xiaoyao's side, she would feel an inexplicable sense of security, as if she had become a little woman. Her obsidian eyes were also filled with longing. Jun Xiaoyao was probably the only person who could make Yan Qingying look at him like that. On the other side, sky prides were dying one after another. Beimi Hu and Miao Wuxin were still fighting. After all, their strength was extraordinary, and they were not cannon fodder. Jun Xiaoyao, as the son of God of the Jun family, how dare you use such an evil skill? Beimi Hu gritted her teeth, and her lips turned pale. She was terrified. Under such circumstances, there was no way she could escape. Miao Wuxin was also trying her best to resist. She was no longer as calm and dignified as before. It turned out that in the face of death, the saintess of Little Western Paradise was no different from a mortal. Jun Xiaoyao did not reply. Instead, he looked at Beimi Hu and the others as if they were idiots. Was there really such a stupid moralist in this world? Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. His feet flashed, and his body moved as if he had teleported. He appeared in front of Beimi Hu and Miao Wuxan. Other than the two of them who were still struggling, the rest of the geniuses were all dead. Their deaths were extremely gruesome. Not good. Mimi, whose expression changed drastically, she hurriedly gathered all of her mana and fought with her life. Holy judgment from the heavens! The heavens surged and holy light fell, making Beimi, who looked like a saintess. Her mana turned into a light beam of judgment and shot towards Jun Xiaoyao. Miao Wuxin was also going all out. Even if she couldn't defeat Jun Xiaoyao, she had to at least find a way to escape. Flower plucking Buddha hand. Miao Wuxin's jade-like hands formed the shape of a flower and blasted out a Buddhist seal. This was one of the strongest divine abilities of Little Western Paradise. In the face of the two girls' ultimate moves, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with a hint of mockery. He casually stretched out a finger and terrifying lightning energy gathered. In the void, it turned into a giant finger that was covered with lightning runes. It was like the giant finger of the ancient Thunder Emperor, and it crushed out. This was the top skill of the Thunder Emperor's grand mystique, the Thunder Emperor's finger. With a single finger, lightning raged and the void boiled. Lei Mingyuan, who was watching from the side, was so excited that his face turned red. He was about to spiral into the sky. Thunder Emperor's finger, the top skill of the Thunder Emperor's grand mystique. I never thought that I would be able to see this skill in my lifetime. Lei Mingyuan was so excited that his body trembled. For someone like him, who had the heavenly lightning body, the Thunder Emperor's finger was tailor-made for him. Of course, even if Jun Xiaoyao didn't have the heavenly lightning body, with his strength, the Thunder Emperor's finger had reached the complete stage and was extremely powerful. Even if Lei Mingyuan had this skill, the power he could unleash would not be comparable to Jun Xiaoyao's. Rumble. The void shook and lightning rippled in all directions. The entire broken soul cliff seemed to have been razed to the ground. Two figures were sent flying while spitting out blood. They were Bai Meihu and Miao Wuxin. They were in a sorry state. Their snow-white skin was charred by the lightning, and they no longer had the looks of a saintess and a Buddha lady. Before the two girls could regain their senses, Jun Xiaoyao's figure flashed and appeared in front of them. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hands and grabbed Bai Meihu and Miao Wuxin by their necks. Of these two, one was the high and mighty saintess, the other was the pure and untainted Buddhist lady. However, at this moment, they were like two hens that were being held by Jun Xiaoyao by their necks. Jun Xiaoyao's physical strength was strong to begin with. With a casual pinch, the two girls' faces turned red and they couldn't breathe. Tears and snot flowed down their faces. It was a mess. The surrounding geniuses who were watching the show were dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the saintess of the sacred sect and the Buddha lady of Little Western Paradise would be in such a sorry state. They were worse than chickens, not to mention chickens. TSK, this is terrifying. Buddha lady and saintess are all trash in front of the Jun family's Son of God. Sigh, that's because the Jun family's Son of God is qualified. If it were you, you would only be a bootlicker. Some of the geniuses sighed. If they had Jun Xiaoyao's looks, identity, and strength, who would be willing to be a bootlicker? At this moment, Bai Meihu and Miao Wuxin felt a sense of humiliation that they had never felt before. If he had just defeated them, it would have been fine. But now he was holding them by their necks. Jun Xiaoyao, don't go too far. I am the saintess of the sacred sect, and the sacred child is still in the immortal ancient world, Bai Meihu said as she struggled. She could only threaten him with the sacred sect and the sacred child. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and tightened his grip. Bai Meihu felt even more suffocated and blood gushed out of her mouth. Jun Xiaoyao, don't kill me. Miao Wuxin also began to beg for mercy. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with mockery. They say that the monks of the Little Western Paradise have seen through life and death. Now, it seems that you are still afraid of death. It's okay. The Son of God will not kill you. Jun Xiaoyao's words made Bai Meihu and Miao Wuxin feel relieved. But in the next moment, their hearts were completely cold. Qingying, after refining the two of them, your cultivation should be able to break through to the true God realm, right? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Master, I will definitely be able to do it. Yan Qingying's eyes lit up. The two of them, one was the saintess and the other was the Buddha lady. The spiritual qi in their bodies was surging, and they were not much weaker than the fallen Son of God and the others. Yan Qingying was already at the full circle empty God realm, and it was not difficult for her to break through to the true God realm. No. Bai Meihu screamed. She would rather be killed by Jun Xiaoyao than be refined by the devouring God-demon skill. That is not up to you. Jun Xiaoyao shook his arms and broke the bones of the two women. He then threw them to Yan Qingying. Yan Qingying raised her hand and executed the devouring God-demon skill. She crushed the bodies of the two women bit by bit and turned them into the purest spiritual qi. This scene made all the geniuses who were watching feel their scalps go numb and goosebumps all over their bodies. Seeing their bodies being crushed and devoured bit by bit was too horrifying. It was the worst way to die. Jun Xiaoyao looked around and said coldly, Everyone must have seen it. In the future, if anyone dares to use the devouring God-demon skill as an excuse to target the followers of the Son of God, they will not only be refined by me. The Son of God will also kill all 9 of their families. Chapter 390. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was cold and domineering as it resounded in all directions. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Obviously, Jun Xiaoyao was backing Yan Qingying up. Whoever dared to go against Yan Qingying in the future would have to think twice. If they were not careful, they might bring about the destruction of their clan. No one would treat Jun Xiaoyao's words as a joke. Jun Xiaoyao had the confidence to say such words. The Jun family had destroyed many families, dynasties, and sections. Yan Qingying was even more touched when she heard this. Jun Xiaoyao had always been thinking for her and taking care of the feelings of his followers. Yan Qingying's loyalty to Jun Xiaoyao was no longer needed to be proven. Even if Jun Xiaoyao wanted Yan Qingying to die, Yan Qingying would not hesitate for even a second. In the end, Bai Meihu and Miao Wuxin were also completely refined by Yan Qingying amidst endless shrill cries. Bai Meihu probably did not expect that a simple revenge would cost her her life in the end. What was even more ironic was that the way she died was the same as the ancestors of the sacred sect. They were all refined by the god-engulfing demonic skill. Perhaps this was fate. After devouring the two girls, Yan Qingying's cultivation level finally broke through to the true god realm. She sat cross-legged at the edge of the broken soul cliff and began to stabilize her cultivation level. Jun Xiaoyao also sat cross-legged in the void and began to comprehend the Rulai mantra in the modern world. Lei Mingyuan was like a loyal servant as he guarded by the side. There was also a sense of pride on his face. He had made the right choice. He did not have to be afraid of immortal sects like the Sacred Sect and Little Western Paradise if he followed the right big shot. He could do whatever he wanted wherever he went. This feeling was simply too great. Lei Mingyuan even felt that even being Jun Xiaoyao's dog was more prestigious than being a genius of other forces. As for the surrounding sky prides, each and every one of them was incomparably shocked. Two geniuses had fallen just like that. If the saint son of the saint sect hears this news, he won't let it go so easily. That's right. The saint's cultivation base has reached the true god realm. His strength is on par with Long Outyen and the others. So what? Do you think he can defeat the son of God of the Jun family? His cultivation has already reached the full circle of the true god realm. That's right. The son of God of the Jun family has once again walked in front of everyone. I really don't know how he cultivates. Perhaps this is life at the same time. Beside the immortal ancient mirror, there was dead silence. Many people from different forces kept quiet as they quietly looked in the direction of the saint and Little Western Paradise. An old monk came to Little Western Paradise. At this moment, his expression was very complicated and he was unable to calm down. On the other hand, a red-robed bishop came from the saint. At this moment, the red-robed bishop was trembling. The flesh on his face was trembling. He was obviously furious. The son of God of the Jun family really knows how to cause trouble. He provoked another imperishable sect. Some powerhouses from different forces whispered to each other. On the Jun family's side, Jun Zhantian and other elders did not think that Jun Xiaoyao's methods were inappropriate. The Jun family had always been this overbearing. The Jun family has gone too far, the red-robed bishop of the saint said in a deep voice. In the immortal ancient world, killing is not taboo. If you don't have the ability, don't provoke the Jun family. Otherwise, this will be the outcome. Jun Zhantian's old face turned serious. He did not have the slightest intention of negotiating and directly blocked the red-robed bishop's mouth. You, the red-robed bishop, was speechless, because this was the truth. However, the red-robed bishop thought that no matter how overbearing Jun Xiaoyao was, he should have scruples about Bai Meihu's identity. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao did not care about her identity as the saint of the saint at all. This made the saint lose face. Most importantly, it would be difficult for the saint to regain their dignity, even if they wanted to. This was because the saint's son might not necessarily be able to defeat Jun Xiaoyao. This was very frustrating. The outside world was shaken because of Jun Xiaoyao's entry into the immortal ancient world. Jun Xiaoyao had only been in the immortal ancient world for a few days, and he had already caused such a massacre. It was hard to imagine what the situation in the immortal ancient world would be like in the future. Many forces that had conflicts with the Jun family were praying that their geniuses would not encounter the demon King Jun Xiaoyao. In the immortal ancient world, beside the broken soul cliff, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in the void. He had been comprehending the Tathagata Sutra for several days. At this moment, in the divine palace in his mind, a golden Buddha, formed by the power of the primordial spirit, was suspended in the void. It emitted an astonishing aura that was as terrifying as the grand sun. The Tathagata Sutra in the present world was to refine the power of the primordial spirit and turn it into the Mahavarokana to suppress the world. All soul techniques could not hurt this primordial spirit, Mahavarokana. When the Tathagata Sutra was cultivated to the extreme, Mahavarokana would be able to illuminate the 3,000 worlds. By then, Jun Xiaoyao would be able to cover the 3,000 worlds with a single thought. One could well imagine the power of that spirit. It would crush everything. That's right. The Tathagata Sutra alone is already so powerful. If I were to get the past Amitabha Sutra, future Lifeless Sutra, and the 3 generations Celestial Sutras, what kind of power would it be? Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes and looked satisfied. The 30,000 elemental elephant particles in his body had increased his soul power by 3 times. If he were to add on the power of the primordial spirit, Mahavarokana, it could be said that even the geniuses who specialized in cultivating the primordial spirit, soul, could not be compared to him. My goal is to cultivate my physical body, primordial spirit, and dermic powers to the extreme. Only when I am omnipotent will I be invincible, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. At this moment, Yan Qingying, who was consolidating her cultivation, also shook. Her cultivation of the true God realm had completely stabilized. In the immortal ancient world, although the difference between the empty God realm and the true God realm was only one realm, the deterrence was completely different. If Yan Qingying had the cultivation of the true God realm previously, Beimi Hu and the rest would not have dared to kill her. Thank you for your kindness. If not for you, Yan Qingying would not have been able to break through to the true God realm, let alone break through to the true God realm. Yan Qingying was extremely emotional as she half knelt in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Why are you being so courteous with me? Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and helped Yan Qingying up. Young master. Deep in Yan Qingying's eyes, there was deep affection and admiration. However, she did not show it. She was already lucky enough to be able to stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side and become his follower. Yan Qingying would not ask for too much. Of course, if Jun Xiaoyao could take pity on her, Yan Qingying would be very happy. Are you coming with me? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Yan Qingying's eyes changed. She struggled slightly, but still cupped her hands and said, Thank you for your care, young master. However, Qingying still wants to move on her own to find opportunities. Although staying by Jun Xiaoyao's side was very safe, she would not be able to truly grow. Yan Qingying wanted to become stronger so that she could keep up with Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps. Only then would she be qualified to continue being his follower. Very good. My followers are all people who can take charge of their own areas in the future. You can go. Jun Xiaoyao reached out and patted Yan Qingying's shoulder to show his encouragement. Yan Qingying's snow-white face turned slightly red. She nodded firmly and continued to train alone. Her cultivation had also broken through to the true God realm in the immortal ancient world. She should have the power to protect herself. Next, it was time for Jun Xiaoyao to set off himself. Lei Mingyuan, where else might there be sources of Tao? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Lei Mingyuan said respectfully, Son of God, the most famous place of opportunity in this area should be the immortal ancient Tao Lake. You should be able to find many sources of Tao there. However, the immortal ancient Tao Lake region is mostly occupied by some immortal ancient races and the descendants of the immortal ancient forces. I was not qualified to go near it before. I only heard about it. Lei Mingyuan said embarrassedly. Although he was a genius of the Thunder Emperor Mountain, he was at most a second-tier genius now. He was not qualified to go to those large-scale places of opportunity and treasure. He could only pick up some small opportunities nearby. Immortal Ancient Races. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Chapter 391. Jun Xiaoyao knew that there were some natives in the immortal ancient world. They were the immortal ancient races. These immortal ancient races had always lived in the immortal ancient world. However, due to the special rules of the immortal ancient world, the powerhouses of the immortal ancient races were unable to leave their land. However, some of the geniuses of the immortal ancient races were extremely strong and were not weaker than the descendants of the immortal ancient forces. Moreover, these geniuses of the immortal ancient races could move freely and were not bound by the rules of the immortal ancient world. Oh, right. I heard that the Jun family sequence is at the immortal ancient Dao Lake, Lei Mingyuan said. Is that so? All the more reason to go and take a look, Jun Xiaoyao said. Lei Mingyuan was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. The immortal ancient Dao Lake was a place that he wanted to go but was not qualified to. Now that he followed Jun Xiaoyao there, he could at least drink some soup. It's so worth it. Following the son of God of the Jun family is the wisest choice I have made. Lei Mingyuan was secretly delighted. He was even more determined to be Jun Xiaoyao's guide and servant. The boss ate the meat, and I drank the soup. This was a huge profit. Next, Jun Xiaoyao and Lei Mingyuan began to rush to the immortal ancient Dao Lake. News of what happened here began to spread nearby. One could imagine that it would not take long for the news to spread completely. In another area, a beautiful woman in pink clothes was flying through the void at high speed. Her pink dress made her skin look like ice and snow. Her face was beautiful and charming. Her peach blossom eyes seemed to have a charm that could steal souls. Her figure was also very good. She had a full chest and a slender waist. Behind her peach blossom bottom were 6 fluffy and soft foxtails, which added a different kind of charm to the woman. This woman was the Heavenly Fox clan's holy daughter by Mayer. At this moment, there was a moving light in Bai Mayer's peach blossom eyes. I finally sensed Brother Ao Tian's aura. Bai Mayer touched her face with her jade-like hands with excitement. The immortal ancient world was very big. It was not easy to find a person. Bai Mayer only wanted to find her brother Ao Tian. Finally, not long after. Finally, Bai Mayer saw the handsome and imposing figure that exuded a domineering aura. Brother Ao Tian. Bai Mayer's voice was extremely soft and charming as she excitedly shouted. The figure turned around, revealing a handsome face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. It was Long Outyen without a doubt. Bai Mayer. Long Outyen was stunned for a moment before he recalled Bai Mayer's identity. It couldn't be helped. He had saved too many beauties, and he had a lot of women. If it wasn't for the 6 foxtails behind Bai Mayer's, but Long Outyen might not even remember who she was. As expected, Big Brother Ao Tian still remembers me. Bai Mayer was incomparably happy. Of course, Long Outyen said perfunctorily. Big Brother Outyen, I've missed you so much. I won't leave Big Brother Outyen's side in the upcoming trip to the immortal ancient world. Bai Mayer walked to Long Outyen's side, her eyes filled with infatuation. At the same time, Bai Mayer also sensed that Long Outyen's cultivation had reached the late stage of the true God realm. To be honest, this realm was already very impressive. At least in the younger generation of the immortal region, it was the best. As expected of the man I've chosen, no one is more powerful than Big Brother Outyen. Bai Mayer thought to herself, falling even more in love with him. This. Long Outyen heard Bai Mayer's words, and his expression became a little unnatural. If this was before, Long Outyen would have happily agreed. There was no reason for Long Outyen to reject a woman's initiative. If he didn't accept, he would be letting down his title as the main character. However, the problem now was that Long Outyen had already set his target. His target was Princess Longji. Now that Bai Mei had come, she would be causing trouble for Long Outyen. Mei, I think I should make it clear to you. Long Outyen suddenly said seriously. Please do, Big Brother Outyen. Bai Mei said. Mei, do you like me? Long Outyen asked. Of course I do. I like Big Brother Outyen the most in the world. Bai Mei's eyes were filled with passion and a strong desire to monopolize him. No one loved Long Outyen more than she did. All right then. Mei, you can be one of my concubines. My target now is Princess Longji. I hope the two of you can get along well in the future. Long Outyen said. What? Bai Mei looked like she had been struck by lightning. She was stunned. Mei, you should know that someone as outstanding as me cannot only have one woman. But it's all right. My love for both of you is equal. There's no difference. Long Outyen said affectionately. As the destined protagonist, wasn't it normal for him to have a harem? As long as a woman liked him, she should know how to share with other women. Although Long Outyen had yet to win Princess Longji's heart to him, Princess Longji would definitely become his woman. Hence, it was better to make some things clear first. Concubine? Why, I'm the one who likes Big Brother Outyen the most. Bai Mei mumbled. Her peach blossom eyes seemed to have lost their sparkle. They were empty. It's all right, Mei. I still like you. There's no difference between my love for you and Princess Longji. Long Outyen said affectionately as he reached out to hug Bai Mei. Bai Mei took 2 steps back. She couldn't accept it. No woman would be willing to share the man she loved with other women. Hearing these words from Long Outyen was even more painful for Bai Mei. Big Brother Outyen, you're too much. Bai Mei turned to leave. Mei. Long Outyen called out. He didn't chase after her. Forget it. She just can't figure it out now. When she does, she'll come back obediently. Long Outyen shook his head. He continued to walk in one direction. He could vaguely sense the aura of the dragon bloodline in that direction. That aura, is it from someone else in Zulong or? Long Outyen was deep in thought. On the other side, Bai Mei sped across the sky. Her face was streaked with tears. Big Brother Outyen is too much. Too much. I'm the one who loves him the most. What right does Princess Longji have? Bai Mei was about to go crazy. Her personality was sickly to begin with. She gave off a sickly vibe. She couldn't accept Long Outyen's universal love. Bai Mei was thinking about Long Outyen. She didn't know how far she had flown. When she came back to her senses, she suddenly realized that her surroundings had become extremely dark. No matter how she moved, she seemed to be going in circles. It was as if she had encountered a ghost. Oh no! Did I accidentally enter the maze of the immortal ancient world? Bai Mei was shocked. She woke up from her sadness. There were not only some incomplete, killing arrays in the immortal ancient world. There were also maze arrays. If one accidentally stepped into one of these maze arrays and couldn't break it, they might not be able to walk out of it for the rest of their lives. No, it can't be. Bai Mei used the Heavenly Fox clan's theurgy, but no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break out of the maze. It's okay. Big Brother Outyen knows that I didn't go back to look for him. He'll come and save me, just like before. Bai Mei tried to comfort herself. Bai Mei was so infatuated with Long Outyen. It was because in the past, when she was trapped in a maze and was filled with despair, it was Long Outyen who was like the true son of heaven descending to the world and saving her from the death trap. It was hard to imagine, but when a person was in absolute despair and saw a ray of hope, the feeling of redemption was indescribable. Bai Mei fell madly in love with Long Outyen because of this. Bai Mei believed that when Long Outyen found out that she didn't go back, he would still come and save her. But what's Bai Mei didn't know was that Long Out Yin was looking for another bloodline and didn't pay attention to her at all. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. By May, was still trapped in the maze, and Long Out Yin still hadn't come to save her. It's impossible. Big Brother Out Yin will come and save me. He can't abandon me. By May Er's face was as pale as snow, but she was still determined. At this time, in the sky not far from the maze, 2 figures flew past quickly. It was Jun Xiaoyao and Lei Mingyuan. Why is there a figure walking around in the valley? It looks like the Heavenly Fox clan's holy daughter, Lei Mingyuan said in surprise as he looked over. The Heavenly Fox clan's holy daughter. Jun Xiaoyao also looked over. Chapter 392. Jun Xiaoyao looked over. In a valley not far ahead, a girl in a pink dress with 6 foxtails was pacing back and forth in the valley. But no matter what, she could not get out of the valley. It really is the Heavenly Lady of the Heavenly Fox clan. What is she doing? Lei Mingyuan was puzzled and wanted to go forward to investigate. Lei Mingyuan's spiritual power was far inferior to Jun Xiaoyao's, so he did not feel any danger. Instead, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a strange look. Just as Lei Mingyuan was about to step into the valley, Jun Xiaoyao said, "Wait, son of God, what's wrong?" Lei Mingyuan was puzzled. "If you take another step, you will end up like her," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Could this be? Lei Mingyuan was not stupid and immediately understood. "Yes, this valley is a maze. Didn't you see that this girl did not even notice us? She is already deeply trapped in this maze," Jun Xiaoyao said. "I see." Lei Mingyuan instinctively took 2 steps back and felt a lingering fear. For a prodigy like him, if he was not careful, he might accidentally fall into a maze. When that time came, there would be no one to respond to his cries for help. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Bai Mei who was trapped in the maze. At this moment, Bai Mei snow-white face was filled with despair. However, Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed and showed no sign of pity at all. He had nothing to do with this Heavenly Lady of the Heavenly Fox clan, so there was no need for him to help. "Let's go." Jun Xiaoyao swung his sleeves and prepared to leave. Lei Mingyuan nodded and muttered at the same time. How did the Heavenly Lady of the Heavenly Fox clan fall into this place? Long Out Yin did not come to save her. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped in his tracks and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lei Mingyuan heard him and said, "Son of God, don't you know the relationship between Bai Mei and Long Out Yin?" "I really don't know much about it," Jun Xiaoyao said. "This Heavenly Fox goddess was once trapped in a secret realm. It was Long Out Yin who rescued her. Since then, Bai Mei has loved and worshipped Long Out Yin to the point of fanaticism. Many people know about this," Lei Mingyuan said. "So there is such a thing." A strange look flashed across Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Vaguely, an idea and plan gradually formed in his mind. Using people as chess pieces was already Jun Xiaoyao's basic operation. This Bai Mei might be a good chess piece as well. "Let's save her," Jun Xiaoyao said. Lei Mingyuan was stunned. His heart was filled with question marks. He had been with Jun Xiaoyao for some time now, so he knew very well that Jun Xiaoyao was definitely not a benevolent person. It was already good enough that he didn't take advantage of the situation to rob them, but he actually stepped in to save them? It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Of course, Lei Mingyuan did not say anything. It was not up to him to judge what Jun Xiaoyao wanted to do. This maze may be ancient, but it is already broken. If I can find a way to break it, it will not be difficult to break it from the outside. Jun Xiaoyao rose into the air and began to look for a way to break through. With the vigorous power of Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit, he quickly found a way to break through with a simple scan. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao found a way to break through. He raised his hand and surged his dermic powers, preparing to break the maze. Meanwhile, in the maze of the valley, Bai Mei had given up struggling. Her entire body was limp on the ground. Her pair of peach blossom eyes had completely lost their light. They were dim and lifeless, filled with despair. "Why, Brother Aotian, I like you so much. Why didn't you come to save me?" Bai Mei covered her face with her jade-like hands. Unknowingly, a dark and negative seed was planted in her heart. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The feeling of being abandoned did not feel good. Just as Bai Mei was filled with despair and had almost given up on living, rumble! The heavens and earth began to tremble. In the dusky sky, the sound of tremors could be faintly heard. Bai Mei raised her jade-like face. Her eyes, which had been filled with despair, suddenly trembled. "Someone is here to save me. It must be Brother Aotian." Bai Mei's originally dim and hopeless face suddenly glowed with radiance. Her pair of peach blossom eyes also shone with an unprecedented radiance. It had been like this in the past. When she was at her most hopeless, Long Aotian appeared and saved her from despair. Since then, Bai Mei had fallen in love with Long Aotian uncontrollably. This time it would be the same. "Brother Aotian, I knew you would not abandon me." Bai Mei was extremely touched. Rumble! Accompanied by a violent rumble, the dark sky directly split open. A hole was opened in the maze formation. At the opening, endless light surged. Vaguely, one could see a tall and slender figure standing at the opening. Bai Mei was overjoyed. Her face was filled with excitement, and there were even some sparkling and translucent tears in her eyes. "Brother Aotian!" Bai Mei took a few steps forward and leaped into the air. She then pounced on the figure that was shrouded in endless light. To her, this figure was the god that had saved her. He was the person that she loved the most. Bai Mei extended her jade-like arms and hugged the figure. She then buried her face in his chest. The masculine scent that wafted into her nose was very pleasant. It was refreshing and gave her a sense of comfort. "Brother Aotian, Mei will never leave you again," Bai Mei said affectionately as she pressed her face against his chest. A gentle and elegant voice could be heard. "Miss, you must have mistaken me for someone else." Bai Mei, who was immersed in happiness, was stunned when she heard the voice. It was not Long Aotian's voice. Bai Mei lifted her head and finally saw the face of the person in front of her. Once again, Bai Mei was stunned. She felt like she was about to stop breathing. This was because the handsome face in front of her was even more handsome than Long Aotian. How can there be such a good-looking face in this world? Bai Mei mumbled subconsciously. The women of the Heavenly Fox clan were obsessed with appearances. In the past, the reason why Bai Mei fell hopelessly in love with Long Aotian was because Long Aotian had saved her. To a large extent, it was also because Long Aotian was very handsome. Otherwise, it would be a different story if a short and poor man had saved her. If a handsome man saved her, the woman would say that she was willing to give herself to him. If an ugly man saved her, the woman would say that she would repay his kindness, even if she had to be a slave in her next life. What this meant was that she could forget about it for the rest of her life. All in all, it was very realistic. You are. Bai Mei was a little flustered. She quickly pulled away. However, her heart was still thumping. She felt a strange electric shock. Bai Mei forced herself to suppress this strange emotion. "Miss, are you all right?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled gently. She had to admit that this smile was very lethal to women. It was more powerful than any magic. Bai Mei blushed. However, she still asked, "Sir, you are—" "I am Jun Xiaoyao from the Jun family." Jun Xiaoyao did not hide his real name. "What? You're the divine child of the Jun family." Bai Mei's face turned pale with fright. She did not expect that the person who saved her in the midst of despair would be Long Aotian. It was not Long Aotian, but Long Aotian's greatest enemy, Jun Xiaoyao. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. == Chapter 393. Bai Mei had already heard about the feud between Jun Xiaoyao and Long Outyin when she came out of seclusion. Jun Xiaoyao had killed Long Outyen's younger brother, Long Haoyin. In addition, the Jun family of the ancients and the lair of Zulong were mortal enemies. One could say that Long Outyin and Jun Xiaoyao were mortal enemies that would never rest until one of them was dead. Due to Bai Mei being in love with Long Outyin, she subconsciously saw Jun Xiaoyao as her enemy as well. But now Bai Mei did not expect that. The person who saved her was not Long Outyin, but Jun Xiaoyao. This was a little ridiculous. Bai Mei instinctively put some distance between herself and Jun Xiaoyao. Her eyes were filled with caution as well. Jun Xiaoyao was very handsome, and his expression was calm, without a trace of hostility. But Bai Mei was still instinctively wary. After all, she was a member of the far ancient royal family. Strictly speaking, she was on the same side as Zulong. "Miss, your caution is a little sad." Jun Xiaoyao shook his head regretfully. There was a faint trace of disappointment between his handsome brows. It was so heartbreaking that she wished she could smooth out his frown. Bai Mei also felt that something was wrong. No matter what, Jun Xiaoyao had saved her. Her attitude was as if she had taken advantage of him. "Young Master Jun, why did you save me?" Bai Mei's attitude softened a little as she asked, "Do I need a reason to save someone? The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Helping others is a kind of merit. Why wouldn't I?" Jun Xiaoyao said. Lei Mingyuan, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded by his words. Wasn't Jun Xiaoyao about to leave when he saw Bai Mei trapped in the valley and couldn't be bothered about her life and death? Why did he suddenly become so righteous? He was like the light of righteousness shining on the earth. But the problem was that Jun Xiaoyao had just killed hundreds of righteous geniuses a few days ago. Although Lei Mingyuan wanted to complain, he wisely shut his mouth. So young Master Jun is actually so righteous. Bai Mei was slightly moved as well. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao had really exceeded her expectations. Bai Mei had always been hostile towards Jun Xiaoyao because of Long Outyin. But looking at Jun Xiaoyao now, not only was he elegant and handsome, his personality was also gentle and indifferent, completely unlike what she had imagined. Bai Mei didn't believe the maids of the Heavenly Fox clan when they told her how handsome and powerful Jun Xiaoyao was. She believed that there was no man more perfect than Long Outyin in this world. But now, Bai Mei couldn't bring herself to say that. This was because Jun Xiaoyao was indeed stronger than Long Outyin in every aspect. Jun Xiaoyao's aura especially made Bai Mei feel oppressed. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was even more unfathomable than Long Outyin's. So the rumors about the son of God of the Jun family were all true. Bai Mei murmured in her heart. She had thought that the rumors were exaggerated, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, they couldn't be any more true. "Since you are fine, I will take my leave," Jun Xiaoyao said. Leaving just like that? Bai Mei was stunned. Was Jun Xiaoyao really not asking for anything in return? "Young Master Jun, do you know that I am the goddess of the Heavenly Fox clan, and I am related to Long Outyin?" Bai Mei couldn't help but ask. She thought that Jun Xiaoyao was still unaware of her identity. "So what? You are you and he is he. I am a man of clear distinction. I will not use a beautiful woman like you to threaten Long Outyin," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Bai Mei blushed slightly when she heard Jun Xiaoyao say that she was a beautiful woman. Bai Mei couldn't help but feel a little happy to be praised by such an outstanding man. The unhappiness between her and Long Outyin seemed to have lessened a lot. Young Master Jun's character is admirable. If you don't have a grudge against Brother Outyin, we might even be friends, Bai Mei said. "Why not?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled gently. Then he pointed a finger at Bai Mei. Bai Mei's face changed. She thought that Jun Xiaoyao was going to attack her. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao touched her chest, and a warm current flowed into her body. "You have used up a lot of mana in the maze, and your body is weak. Consider this a little kindness from me." After replenishing his mana, Jun Xiaoyao retracted his hand. Bai Mei-er's face blushed. She lowered her head, and her chest felt numb. It was very comfortable. "Thank you, young Master Jun. I will leave now." Bai Mei-er left immediately, but there was a trace of panic in her back. Looking at Bai Mei-er's back, the smile on Jun Xiaoyao's face slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a cold playfulness. "Lord Son of God, why did you—" Lei Mingyuan stopped. Although he knew that he shouldn't ask, Lei Mingyuan couldn't help but be curious. "Do you know what is the strongest supernatural power in this world?" Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asked. Lei Mingyuan thought for a moment and said, "Is it the supreme skill, the Emperor's legacy, or the legendary immortal scripture?" "Wrong. None of them." Jun Xiaoyao smiled and shook his head. "Then what is it?" Lei Mingyuan was curious. "Controlling people's hearts is the strongest supernatural power," Jun Xiaoyao said. He raised his hand and closed his fingers slowly. Bai Mei-er could no longer escape from his control. She could only be used and controlled by him, just like Bai Yu-er and Wu Mingyue. Using people's hearts as a tool to control the situation and toy with the enemy was a wonderful feeling. Seeing the change in Jun Xiaoyao's attitude, Lei Mingyuan was also speechless. Calling Jun Xiaoyao a movie king was already an understatement. "Lord Son of God, what should we do next?" Lei Mingyuan asked. "Wait for her to come back. Also, my clothes are dirty. I need to change," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. "Your clothes are dirty?" Lei Mingyuan looked over. Jun Xiaoyao's clothes were whiter than snow and had never been stained by a speck of dust. How could they be dirty? Suddenly, Lei Mingyuan remembered that when Bai Mei-er escaped, she seemed to have hugged Jun Xiaoyao. Thinking of this, Lei Mingyuan looked in the direction Bai Mei-er left with a hint of pity in his eyes. This Bai Mei-er was really a tool. On the other hand, after leaving Jun Xiaoyao, Bai Mei-er's heart still couldn't calm down. "What's wrong with me?" Bai Mei-er touched her cheeks, which were slightly hot. To be honest, if she hadn't met Long Outyin, she might have fallen in love with Jun Xiaoyao at first sight. Jun Xiaoyao was truly a flawless man, with almost no flaws to speak of. But Bai Mei-er was not such a loose person. People say that the Heavenly Fox clan is promiscuous, but I, Bai Mei-er, am not like that. Although young Master Jun is a good person, he is still Brother Outyin's enemy. I, Bai Mei-er, will never betray Brother Outyin. Bai Mei-er was certain, although Long Outyin had hurt her heart this time. But Bai Mei-er was still willing to give Long Outyin a chance, as long as he still cared about her. Thinking of this, Bai Mei-er decided to tell Long Outyin about her encounter with Jun Xiaoyao. This was considered as being honest with Long Outyin. She wondered how Long Outyin would view this matter. Chapter 394. Jun Xiaoyao's plan had been laid out. Now, it was time to see Long Outyin's performance. Jun Xiaoyao believed that Long Outyin would not disappoint him. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had some understanding of the main character. Jun Xiaoyao had a rough idea of his character, behavior, and methods. If Jun Xiaoyao's guess was correct, it wouldn't take long for Bai Mei-er to come crying to him. By then, Jun Xiaoyao would have enough leeway to toy with Long Outyin. On the other hand, Bai Mei-er only sensed Long Outyin's aura after 6 to 7 days. Bai Mei-er's eyes were filled with longing. Although Long Outyin had crossed the line previously, Bai Mei-er was willing to give Long Outyin another chance, as he was the person she liked the most. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he was indeed outstanding. He would be the perfect dream lover in every woman's heart. However, Bai Mei-er would not fall in love with Jun Xiaoyao just because he had saved her once. 100 miles in front of Bai Mei-er was a murderous formation. There were various ancient formation, runes, all over the place. It was obvious that it was the remains of a murderous formation. Long Outyin stood in midair in front of the murderous formation. He frowned as he thought about the dragon tribe's bloodline aura in the murderous formation. Who is trapped in there? Is this my opportunity? Long Outyen thought to himself. As the main character of the main character, Long Outyen's opportunities were unimaginable. He could spend a random dawnstone and pick up a broken saber from a stall. It was the legendary dragon's soul saber. After coming to the immortal ancient world, Long Outyen had encountered countless opportunities. With these opportunities, Long Outyen's cultivation level had skyrocketed to the advanced true god realm. He was very satisfied with the increase in his strength. However, Long Outyen was not stupid. He would only take these opportunities if he was confident. If he was not confident, Long Outyen would rather look for them in the future. Although the killing formation was damaged, it was still very dangerous. Even Long Outyen could be severely injured if he was not careful. It was because of this that Long Outyen did not act rashly. Instead, he was thinking about the gains and losses. Brother Ao Tian. By May, his gentle voice came from behind. Long Outyen curled his lips when he heard the voice. It was just as he had expected. His charm was unparalleled. Even if Bai Mei couldn't accept it, she would still succumb to his charm in the end. Long Outyen was very confident when it came to conquering women. Mei you're finally back. I've been thinking about you for a long time. Long Outyen smiled as if he had missed her dearly. However, for some reason, Bai Mei was not as tempted as before when she saw Long Outyen's attitude. Perhaps there was still resentment in her heart, resentment towards Long Ao Tian for not looking for her. It was also possible that Long Outyen was no longer as attractive to her as before. After all, Bai Mei had always thought that Long Outyen was the most perfect man in the world. However, she had now met an even more perfect man. Unknowingly, Jun Xiaoyao had raised her standards to the highest level. In comparison, Long Outyen's charm had naturally decreased. Bai Mei said with a hint of resentment in her voice. Brother Ao Tan said that you miss me, but you haven't come to look for me for the past few days. Bai Mei's words made Long Outyen feel awkward. He was busy looking for his own opportunity. How could he have the time to look for Bai Mei? Isn't it because I have something to do? Long Outyen said, slightly embarrassed. That's right. That's why Brother Ao Tian didn't care about me when I was trapped in the maze. Bai Mei said with a hint of resentment in her voice. What? You were trapped in the maze? Long Outyen looked surprised. That's right. If it wasn't for someone who came to my rescue, Brother Ao Tian might never see me again. Bai Mei said, Who saved you? Long Outyen frowned slightly when he heard that, although there was no actual relationship between him and Bai Mei now. However, in Long Outyen's heart, Bai Mei was already one of his harem. Although she was not the main wife, she was still a concubine. If it was any other man who saved Bai Mei, Long Outyen would have a knot in his heart. Brother Ao Tian won't be able to guess who it was. It was the son of God of the Jun family. Bai Mei answered honestly. What? Hearing Bai Mei's words, Long Outyen's mind buzzed. You said that it was Jun Xiaoyao who saved you. Long Outyen's body appeared in front of Bai Mei. In a flash, his gaze fixed on her. Bai Mei took 2 steps back. Fear flashed in her peach blossom eyes. At that moment, Long Outyen's gaze had never been so strange and frightening. However, she still mustered up her courage and said, It was young Master Jun who saved me from the maze. Did he do anything to you? Or does he have any ulterior motives? Long Outyen asked with a frown. If Jun Xiaoyao did anything to Bai Mei, Long Outyen would not let it go so easily. Bai Mei's eyes widened. She did not think that Long Outyen would be so narrow-minded. Young Master Jun is a righteous man. He did not ask Bai Mei for anything in return. Bai Mei's tone was cold. Humph. Even if that's the case, he must be up to no good. After knowing that Jun Xiaoyao did not do anything to Bai Mei Long Outyen heaved a sigh of relief. but there was still a knot in his heart. And Long Out Yin was a meticulous person. To put it bluntly, he was suspicious by nature. He wondered in his heart, could Bai Mei have been subdued by Jun Xiaoyao? Or could it be that Jun Xiaoyao asked Bai Mei to come back and spy on him, and then secretly pass on information to him? That was a possibility. Mei, why did Jun Xiaoyao save you, and why did you come back? Could it be? Long Out Yin stopped. He wanted to say it, but felt that it was inappropriate. Bai Mei's face turned pale when she heard that. She had nothing to do with Jun Xiaoyao, and Long Out Yin was still suspecting her? Brother Out Yin, you dare to suspect your humble servant? If your humble servant had been in contact with young Master Jun, would I have come clean with you? Bai Mei's face was pale. She had confided in him and told him everything. But Long Out Yin did not trust her at all. She had to admit that was really hurtful. I'm sorry. I was wrong. After all, Jun Xiaoyao and I are mortal enemies. Long Out Yin knew that he was in the wrong and could only try to appease her. But in his heart, there was a knot in his heart, and he would still secretly guard against Bai Mei. Long Out Yin did not want to experience being capsized by a woman. Where is that Jun Xiaorao? Bring me there. Long Out Yin's golden eyes flashed with a cold light. No matter what, as long as he got rid of Jun Xiaoyao, there would be no more problems. Brother Out Yin, listen to your humble servant's advice. You should increase your powers first, or you may not be a match for young Master Jun, Bai Mei said sincerely. Long Out Yin's eyes twitched when he heard that. The woman that he regarded as his own harem actually said that he was not as good as Jun Xiaoyao. What the F***CK, that was an insult to all men. Chapter 395. No man could bear to hear his woman saying that he was not as good as another man. Bai Mei was not Long Out Yin's woman yet, but one day she would be. Mei, are you saying that I am not as good as Jun Xiaoyao? The veins on Long Out Yin's forehead were throbbing. For someone as overbearing and arrogant as him, this was an absolute humiliation. Brother Out Yin, this is the truth. Young Master Jun's aura is too terrifying and unpredictable. Bai Mei advised. Mei, are you siding with the outsider or me? Long Out Yin was extremely uncomfortable when he heard this. He was already at the advanced True God stage and was at the top of the pyramid. No matter how powerful Jun Xiaoyao was, how powerful could he be? At most, he could be on par with him. That's not the problem. This is the truth. Bai Mei said, Enough. I don't believe that I am not as good as Jun Xiaoyao. I have the blood of the king dragon, and I have refined 7 dragon essences. Long Out Yin shouted coldly. Bai Mei bit her red lips, feeling wronged. She was thinking of Long Out Yin wholeheartedly, but Long Out Yin blamed her for siding with an outsider and even scolded her coldly. If it were any other woman, they would feel wronged and disheartened. If it were young Master Jun with his character, he would not have such an attitude and would listen to me seriously. Bai Mei suddenly thought of this. People would not know if they were not compared to each other. Long Out Yin's temperament was far too different from Jun Xiaoyao's, wasn't it? Bai Mei suddenly had a thought. How did I fall in love with Long Out Yin? Just as Long Out Yin was about to ask Bai Mei to bring him to Jun Xiaoyao, a voice sounded. In the blurry and incomplete killing array, an extremely weak voice of a woman suddenly sounded. Who can save me? A woman's voice? Long Out Yin stopped in his tracks when he heard the voice. Previously, he had been trying to figure out which faction the Dragon Clan bloodline aura came from. After a thorough investigation, Long Out Yin concluded that it could not have come from Zulong. Could it be? Long Out Yin's eyes lit up as he thought of a possibility. Big brother Ao Tian, what's wrong? Bai Mei asked. Let's let Jun Xiaoyao live for a few more days. I still have something important to do. A strange look flashed across Long Out Yin's eyes. He made up his mind to save the woman in the killing formation. As expected, I, Long Out Yin, am born to be the main character. Once again, I've encountered a hero saving a damsel in distress. Long Out Yin thought to himself. The gloominess in his heart also lessened by quite a bit. No matter how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, would he have the same luck as him? If he saved this woman, he might be able to bring Long Out Yin some opportunities. At the thought of this, Long Out Yin started to break the killing array. Brother Ao Tian, are you trying to save someone? Bai Mei observed from the side. After probing for a while, Long Out Yin also rushed in. Although there were risks in this killing array, if one gambled correctly, the opportunity would be even greater. Rumble. Rumbling sounds could be heard from within the killing array from time to time. Even the ground was shaking. Apparently, Long Out Yin was forcefully breaking the array with his own strength. One had to admit that Long Out Yin was indeed very strong. After about half a day, a hole was broken in the killing array. Long Out Yin flew out with a woman in a green dress in his arms. The woman in the green dress had an elegant figure and was also very beautiful. There were 2 green dragon horns on her snow-white forehead. All in all, she was also a great beauty. However, at this moment, her face was pale. She had used up a lot of energy. Aolwan, thank you for saving me, young master. The woman in the green dress, called Aolwan, was pale. However, when she looked at Long Out Yin, who had saved her, a faint blush appeared on her face. Miss Aolwan, you're too courteous. Long Out Yin smiled. He was secretly delighted. The person that he had saved was not only a great beauty. Moreover, by the looks of it, she also had the power of the dragon race's bloodline. If he was not wrong, this Aolwan should be the dragon human race of the immortal ancient race. This was an extremely powerful race in the immortal ancient race. They had the bloodline of the ancient dragon race. If he could be on good terms with the dragon human race, it would be very convenient for Long Out Yin in the immortal ancient world. I am Aolwan of the dragon human race. May I know who you are? Aolwan asked. I am Zulong Long Out Yin. Long Out Yin smiled. His snow-white teeth were shining. His smile was very handsome. Aolwan's face was slightly red. She accidentally stumbled into a killing array and was unable to respond to her cries for help. In her moment of despair, she did not expect that someone would save her. The most important thing was that Long Out Yin also had the bloodline of the dragon race. Moreover, that bloodline made Aolwan feel a sense of respect. You are very weak. Let me help you adjust your breathing first. Long Out Yin said with concern. Thank you, young Master Long. Aolwan's heart could not help but skip a beat. Once Long Out Yin released his charm, it was not something that ordinary women could resist. Long Out Yin turned to Bai Mei and said, Mei, please stand guard outside. I have to help Miss Aolwan adjust her breathing. Hearing Long Out Yin's words, Bai Mei clenched her hands tightly. Is Long Out Yin treating me like a servant? If it was just that, Bai Mei would not mind. After all, she liked Long Out Yin very much. However, the problem was that Long Out Yin was holding another woman in his arms. Moreover, Long Out Yin had to help her adjust her breathing. What was this? Bai Mei's face was pale. Her red lips were trembling, slightly. However, Long Out Yin did not notice it. Even if he did, he would not care. Because Long Out Yin had already made up his mind to build a good relationship with Aolwan. With the protection of the dragon human race, Long Out Yin could do whatever he wanted in the immortal ancient world. She looked at Long Out Yin, who was helping Aolwan adjust her breathing. The light in Bai Mei's peach blossom eyes gradually disappeared. What replaced it was a sense of emptiness. Back then, Long Out Yin had also saved her in such a heroic manner. However, now he had saved another woman. Yet he still asked her to stand guard outside. So this is a trap. Bai Mei suddenly thought to herself. Long Out Yin had saved her and Aolwan. Perhaps he would save other women in the future. There was also Princess Longji, whom Long Out Yin missed dearly. Was this the brother Out Yin whom she adored? Why, I clearly like big brother Aotian the most. But why do you want to hurt me again and again? Bai Mei-er's heart was cold. She did not know why, but at this moment Bai Mei-er suddenly thought of Jun Xiaoyao. She thought of his gentle and handsome smile and his elegant figure. If young Master Jun was the one who saved me back then, what would happen to me now? Bai Mei-er suddenly had a thought. This thought was ridiculous. Bai Mei-er's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 396. What am I thinking? I can't possibly have anything to do with young Master Jun. Bai Mei-er touched her face. She was the heavenly fox goddess of the far ancient royal family. Jun Xiaoyao was the son of god of the Jun family of the ancients. The two of them belonged to different factions. Moreover, she was on Long Out Yin's side. However, Bai Mei-er couldn't help but think of Jun Xiaoyao's gentle smile sometimes. In comparison, Long Out Yin's current expression was too hurtful. Bai Mei even felt a little lucky that she didn't have any physical contact with Long Out Yin because of the cultivation method she practiced. She didn't even let Long Out Yin hold her hand. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Long Out Yin came to Bai Mei-er. "Where's that woman?" Bai Mei-er asked calmly. "Her injuries are mostly healed. She's recuperating," Long Out Yin said. He sensed Bai Mei-er's cold tone, and a smug smile appeared on his face. "Mei-er, you're not jealous, are you?" "Why would I be?" Bai Mei-er asked. "Haha, there's no need for that. I saved Ao Luan because she's helpful to me. She just told me that there's a great opportunity called the Immortal Ancient Dao Lake in this area. The Dragon-Human clan occupies the core area of the Immortal Ancient Dao Lake. The Immortal Ancient Dao Lake is likely to erupt in the near future. When the time comes, there will be many good things in the core area. With Ao Luan, we can enter the core area." Long Out Yin continued, his eyes filled with excitement. He had heard of the opportunities in the Immortal Ancient Dao Lake. He had planned to go and take a look, but he didn't expect the Dragon-Human clan, where Ao Luan was, to occupy the core area of the Dao Lake. This was a good thing that had fallen from the sky. However, Bai Mei-er didn't look happy at all when she heard this. Instead, she said coldly, "Long Out Yin, you saved that woman just to use her to gain benefits." Bai Mei-er's words made Long Out Yin's smile fade. "Mei-er, what do you mean by that?" "I'm just thinking for you," Long Out Yin explained. "Don't tell me that you had the same attitude when you saved me as you did when you saved that woman from the Dragon-Human clan." The light in Bai Mei-er's beautiful eyes had completely disappeared. How could that be? Am I, Long Out Yin, that kind of person? Long Out Yin continued to defend himself, but his expression was a little unnatural. "You say you're thinking for me, but you only want me to be a concubine. You want Princess Longji to be the main wife. What is the meaning of this?" Bai Mei-er's tone was as cold as ice. Long Out Yin was completely speechless. What else could he say? Did he just want to play with a vixen? Or did he want to use this opportunity to take over the power of the Heavenly Fox clan? Or a combination of both? But how could he say such words? "I can't say anything. I'm at a loss for words." Hee Long Out Yin, so in your heart, I, Bai Mei-er, am actually just a toy, right? Bai Mei-er's suppressed emotions completely exploded. Ever since she came out of seclusion, she had been following Long Out Yin. She was extremely passionate and in love with him. In the end, she finally saw Long Out Yin's true colors. The so-called saving her was just a simple trick, and it was done with a purpose, just like saving Ao Luan this time. All her sincerity had been fed to a dog. At this moment, Bai Mei-er looked at Long Out Yin as if she was dead. There was no light in her eyes. She did not expect Long Out Yin to be such a person. "Mei-er, you've misunderstood me." Long Out Yin reached out and wanted to hug Bai Mei-er. "Don't touch me," Bai Mei-er shouted and took a few steps back. There was a look of disgust deep in her beautiful eyes. After seeing Long Out Yin's true colors, she felt nauseous and disgusted. Long Outyin did not care about her at all. He only wanted her body. It could even be because she had the support of the Heavenly Fox clan. If there were no benefits, would Long Outyin still save her? Obviously not. Bai Mei had seen through him completely. Her eyes were filled with deep hatred. She turned around and flew into the sky. Her heart was completely dead. Mei looking at Bai Mei his beautiful figure in the distance, Long Outyin's face darkened. Damn it, what a loss. If I knew, I would have forced myself on her. I didn't even touch her hand. Long Outyin cursed under his breath. When he saved Bai Mei he could not touch her body because of her cultivation technique. Long Outyin pretended to be a gentleman and did not force her. But now the cooked duck had flown away. It's okay. She's just throwing a tantrum like before. She'll come back. Long Outyin shook his head and did not care too much. He could not give up on Aolwan because of Bai Mei With Aolwan, I can enter the core area of the immortal ancient Dao lakes. With my luck, I'll definitely be able to find the treasure. Then my cultivation level will increase, and I can kill Jun Xiaoyao directly. Then I'll conquer Princess Longji. Long Outyin smiled. He had already thought of the next step of his plan. All he had to do now was to realize it step by step. Long Outyin had to admit that he was dreaming. If not for Jun Xiaoyao, his plan might have been successful. But unfortunately, on the other side, Bai Mei's mind was blank. She flew across the sky at a loss. She did not know where to go or what to do next. The seed of darkness and negativity that had been planted in her heart had completely taken root and sprouted. The depth of love was the depth of hatred, especially for a woman like Bai Mei who had a slightly sickly personality. It was easy for her to go to the other extreme. Long Outyin, you're playing with my feelings. You're too hateful. Bai Mei his empty eyes were filled with deep hatred. She even wanted to take a hatchet and split open Long Outyin's chest to see if his heart was red or black. What should I do? Where should I go next? Bai Mei was extremely confused. Unknowingly, she realized that she had arrived near the maze in the valley where she had been trapped. Young Master Jun. I can sense young Master Jun's aura. The heavenly fox race was born with sharp senses. Bai Mei could sense Jun Xiaoyao's aura and that he was not very far from here. Bai Mei's heart skipped a beat when she recalled how Jun Xiaoyao had saved her. Unlike Long Outyin, Jun Xiaoyao did not ask for anything in return when he saved her. There was no benefit involved. After all, there was no need for Jun Xiaoyao to save her at all, given his faction and stance. But Jun Xiaoyao still saved her and did not ask for anything in return. The difference between Jun Xiaoyao and Long Outyin was obvious when they were compared. Young Master Jun, young Master Jun. Bai Mei's mouth kept repeating those words, and her originally empty eyes started to glow again. For Bai Mei, who was filled with despair and emptiness, Jun Xiaoyao was the only ray of light in her heart. This ray of light was even brighter than Long Outyin's ray of light. It was 100 times warmer. Bai Mei moved lightly and chaste after Jun Xiaoyao's aura. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. == Chapter 397. Thousands of miles away from the maze of the valley, Jun Xiaoyao was strolling in the air with his hands behind his back. He was in no hurry to rush to the immortal ancient Dao lake. He had heard from Lei Mingyuan that the immortal ancient Dao lake had a time limit for the treasures that would erupt. It was not the time for the eruption yet, so Jun Xiaoyao did not need to rush to the Dao lake. Moreover, the Jun family sequence was at the immortal ancient Dao lake, so Jun Xiaoyao did not need to worry too much. At this moment, only Jun Xiaoyao was there. He had sent Lei Mingyuan out to gather some information. In the distant sky, a figure flashed like lightning. It was Lei Mingyuan who had rushed back. Did you find out anything? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Lord Son of God, I found out that Princess Longji is also in this area. Long Out Yin seemed to want to go with Princess Longji, but she rejected him. Lei Mingyuan said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, but murmured in his heart. The birth of the two dragons, the rise of the ancestor dragon. I want this prophecy to become a joke. Lei Mingyuan asked curiously, Lord Son of God, will the Heavenly Fox clan goddess really come back for you? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. If my guess is correct, she should. Of course, it doesn't matter if she doesn't come. When the time comes, I'll just kill her and Long Outyin together. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was casual. To him, this was just a game. If he could continue playing, then so be it. If he couldn't, then he could just wipe out everything. Lei Mingyuan was secretly speechless when he heard this. For those without strength, they could only rely on scheming to win. For those with strength, the so-called scheme was nothing more than a game. If they failed, then it was nothing. They could still rely on their strength to defeat everything. At this moment, a beautiful figure flew over from afar. When he saw this beautiful figure, Lei Mingyuan was stunned. He had actually been tricked by Jun Xiaoyao. It was Bai Mei. When Bai Mei saw Jun Xiaoyao, her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. This kind of feeling was like meeting the warm sun after the rain. Young Master Jun! Bai Mei moved gracefully and appeared right before Jun Xiaoyao in a flash. There were still traces of tears on her face. As she looked at Jun Xiaoyao, her heart could not calm down. Miss Bai, why are you? Jun Xiaoyao pretended to be surprised. Bai Mei bit her lips, feeling wronged. If Miss Bai doesn't mind, you can tell me anything. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and lifted his hand to wipe away the remaining tears on Bai Mei-er's face. Feeling Jun Xiaoyao's gentleness, Bai Mei finally couldn't take it anymore. She threw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms and started sobbing. Jun Xiaoyao patted Bai Mei on the shoulder, but the corner of his mouth revealed a playful smirk without anyone noticing. Seeing Bai Mei throw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms, Lei Mingyuan was shocked. Didn't Bai Mei like Long Outyin? Why did she throw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms with a look of grievance? Did Jun Xiaoyao make Long Outyin a cuckold? Amazing! Lei Mingyuan exclaimed. Jun Xiaoyao could easily conquer a heavenly lady from the royal family with his award-winning performance. If it were other geniuses, they would definitely not be able to do it. This was because there were not many geniuses who were more outstanding than Long Outyin. However, Jun Xiaoyao was more outstanding than Long Outyin. Moreover, Bai Mei had completely given up on Long Outyin. It was reasonable for her to do this. Bai Mei continued to tell Jun Xiaoyao about some of the things that happened after that. When Jun Xiaoyao heard that Long Outyin had saved Ao Luan, the pride of the dragon human tribe, a dim light flashed across his eyes. The plan in his mind had finally taken shape. Of course, he still needed Bai Mei's help to carry out the plan. After hearing Bai Mei-er's words, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and sighed. I didn't expect Long Outyin to be such a person. To think that I still thought of him as a real opponent. Bai Mei felt comforted when she heard Jun Xiaoyao's words. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, he sneered in his heart. When a woman was injured, she was at her weakest. At this time, if he followed her wishes, he would be able to gain the woman's approval. With a little gentleness, he could easily break the woman's last line of defense. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao acted like a straight man was because he was too lazy to play tricks on women. If he really wanted to play tricks, he would be a jerk. After all, there were not many women in the world who could resist Jun Xiaoyao's charm. Young Master Jun, don't mention him anymore. I was ignorant before. Now, I only have hatred for him in my heart. Bai Mei gritted her teeth. It's not too late to come to your senses. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's gentle smile, Bai Mei blushed and her heart thumped even harder. Young Master Jun, Bai Mei hesitated. She did have a good impression of Jun Xiaoyao, but because of Long Outyin, she suppressed it. now that she had completely shaken off Long Out Yin. Her good impression of Jun Xiaoyao exploded without reservation. "What's wrong?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled. His prey was already entangled in the net. "Young Master Jun is so outstanding, but you still don't have a woman close to you," Bai Mei said. "That's because I don't want to let anyone down, and I don't want to hurt any woman. So I'd rather be alone." Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. These words melted Bai Mei-er's heart even more. Jun Xiaoyao was too much of a man's sense of responsibility. In comparison, Long Out Yin was a scumbag who played with women's feelings. Looking at Bai Mei-er's admiring eyes, Jun Xiaoyao laughed coldly in his heart. The real reason why he was alone was because he didn't like most of the women. Not just any woman could match up to Jun Xiaoyao, but in Bai Mei-er's eyes, this was a sign of responsibility. "I wonder if I can stay by young Master Jun's side." Bai Mei-er plucked up her courage and asked. Her words were very direct. She was just short of saying, "I want to be your woman." "Oh, this." Jun Xiaoyao hesitated. "Young Master Jun, I may have been blind to like Long Out Yin, but I promise that I have never let Long Out Yin touch me. I have never even held my hand." Bai Mei-er thought that Jun Xiaoyao despised her for being dirty. But in fact, Bai Mei-er didn't even let Long Out Yin touch her because of the cultivation method she practiced. "You don't have to explain. Am I, Jun Xiaoyao, such a petty person?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Lei Mingyuan, who was standing aside, couldn't help but criticize him. "You don't despise her and even changed your clothes?" To put it bluntly, Jun Xiaoyao had only seen Bai Mei-er as a tool. Young Master Jun, seeing Jun Xiaoyao being so considerate, Bai Mei-er's peach-blossomed eyes were filled with admiration. This holy lady of the Heavenly Fox clan had turned into Jun Xiaoyao from the inside out. I wonder if Long Out Yin will vomit blood if he sees this? Chapter 398. Bai Mei-er's peach-blossom eyes were filled with adoration. Jun Xiaoyao was surprised as well. This Bai Mei-er had the potential to be sickly. She might actually be able to kill Long Out Yin. If a woman really wanted revenge, her methods would be even more vicious than a man's. Why else would there be the saying, "A woman's heart is the most vicious"? With Miss Bai by my side, there will be no problem. But after this, I will have to fight Long Out Yin and Princess Longji. If they join forces, I cannot guarantee your safety. Jun Xiaoyao pretended to be concerned. Hearing that Jun Xiaoyao was concerned about her safety, Bai Mei-er felt a sweet and warm sense of security. But when she heard Princess Longji's name, her eyes flashed with hostility, although she no longer had any feelings for Long Out Yin. But Princess Longji still disgusted her. Long Out Yin had said that he wanted Princess Longji to be his wife, and she to be his concubine. Didn't that mean that she was inferior to Princess Longji? "Young Master Jun, do we have a way to deal with them?" Bai Mei-er asked. Jun Xiaoyao had taken such good care of her. She had to do her part. Now Bai Mei-er was completely concerned about Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with surprise. This was what he wanted. "It's not that we don't have a way, but we might have to trouble Mei-er," Jun Xiaoyao said. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao call her Mei-er, Bai Mei-er's heart went numb. She felt like she was going to melt. Her cheeks flushed red. Jun Xiaoyao walked to Bai Mei-er's ear and whispered something. Bai Mei-er blushed. Jun Xiaoyao's breath tickled her ear. After that, Jun Xiaoyao said, "Of course, I won't force you. It's okay if you don't want to do it." Bai Mei-er nodded confidently. "Young Master Jun, since you've taken such good care of me, Mei-er will help you. I'll go now." "Yes, but we still have to be careful. We can't expose ourselves." As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he picked up Bai Mei-er's foxtail and played with it. Bai Mei-er's face was flushed red, and she was extremely shy. Long Out Yin had never even touched her finger. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was stroking and playing with her foxtail. For the Heavenly Fox clan, the tail was not only used to tickle, but also a sensitive organ. Young Master June. Bai Mei Er's eyes were watery and her skin was flushed red. Somewhere water was dripping. Go ahead. June Xiaoyao let go of the foxtail and smiled. Bai Mei was incomparably bashful, but she was also extremely happy. In the end, she looked deeply at June Xiaoyao, turned around and flew away. He watched as Bai Mei Er's figure disappeared into the distance. The smile on June Xiaoyao's face faded. Then he took out a white cloth and wiped the hand that touched the fox's tail. Beside him, Lei Mingyuan's face was already full of admiration. Master Son of God, you are so good at picking up girls. Lei Mingyuan was full of praise and admiration. You have my appearance and status. You can do it too. June Xiaoyao smiled. Forget it. Who in this world can compare with Master Son of God? Lei Mingyuan smiled embarrassedly. Not to mention June Xiaoyao. Even if he only had 1/10 of June Xiaoyao's appearance and status, it would be enough to make countless girls go crazy. Master Son of God, what should we do next? Lei Mingyuan asked. Just wait. Wait for a good show. June Xiaoyao's lips curled into a smile. The feeling of effortlessly toying with the enemy in the palm of his hand was quite good. June Xiaoyao raised his head slightly, as if he could see through the void and see outside the immortal ancient world. His body trembled slightly, and a strange aura spread out. Then, in the outside world, around the immortal ancient mirror, the various factions suddenly realized that they could no longer see June Xiaoyao's situation. What's going on? Many people were confused. June Xiaoyao could actually hide his aura and prevent others from prying. For some reason, the group of creatures in the lair of Zulong had a bad premonition. Inside the immortal ancient world, Long Outyin was still helping Aol Wan adjust her rest. Aol Wan's gaze toward Long Outyin also began to be filled with affection. Not only was Long Outyin handsome and powerful, but he was also the first generation of Zulong and had the blood of the Emperor Dragon. It was no wonder that Aol Wan's heart was moved by such a peerless genius. Master Long, when the immortal ancient Tao lakes erupt, I will take you to the core area as a small reward. Aol Wan's face was slightly red. Haha, thank you, Miss Aol Wan. Long Outyin was overjoyed. At this moment, there was suddenly movement in the distant horizon. Sensing that familiar aura, Long Outyin's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned around. Sure enough, it was Bai Mei Er. Seeing that Bai Mei Er had returned, Long Outyin's eyes carried a hint of a smile. Sure enough, Bai Mei Er still couldn't leave him. As for Aol Wan, her beautiful brows furrowed imperceptibly, as if she wasn't too happy to see Bai Mei Er return. From this, it could be seen that Aol Wan was also a very possessive woman. Brother Outyin. Bai Mei Er bit her lip, wanting to speak, but hesitating. It's okay as long as you're back. When the time comes, we'll go to the immortal ancient Tao lakes together. Long Outyin chuckled. Bai Mei Er smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, Brother Outyin. However, Long Outyin did notice that Bai Mei Er's eyes had a hint of mockery and mockery. Several hours passed, and night fell in the immortal ancient world. Long Outyin was adjusting his breathing and cultivating alone. Although his talent was exceptional, he was also diligent. Not to mention that a great enemy, like June Xiaoyao, had appeared now. Long Outyin planned to go to the immortal ancient Tao lakes to obtain the opportunities before going to kill June Xiaoyao. On the other side, Aol Wan was also adjusting her breathing in a cave not far away. Who is it? Suddenly, Aol Wan opened her beautiful eyes, her gaze as sharp as a sword. A woman in a pink dress appeared, with 6 fluffy fox tails behind her back. It was Bai Mei Er. It's you. Why are you looking for me alone? Aol Wan asked indifferently. Clearly, she was a little unhappy with Bai Mei Er, this vixen. We have nothing to do with each other, but you have such enmity towards me. Is it because of Brother Outyen? Bai Mei raised her brows and asked, why are you asking this? Ao Wan's voice faltered. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't say it. As expected, you also like Brother Outyen, Bai Mei said. So what? I am also the pride of the dragon human race. My status is incomparably noble. Am I not worthy of liking Prince Long? Ao Wan decided to be frank. Say nothing. I'm just lamenting that both of us have a hard life because Brother Outyen already has someone in his heart. Bai Mei shook her head sadly. What did you say? Ao Wan frowned. Then Bai Mei told her about Princess Longji. She also said that Long Outyen wanted Princess Longji to be his wife, and that other women could only be his concubines. After hearing this, Ao Wan's expression changed. Princess Longji, what right does she have to win Prince Long's heart? Also, how do I know that you're not lying to me? Ao Wan was not stupid. She looked straight at Bai Mei and asked, If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. But don't say it was me who said it. I'm satisfied with being a concubine. But you are the noble daughter of the dragon human race, and yet you're inferior to Princess Longji. What a pity. Bai Mei shook her head and sighed. One had to admit that as a vixen, Bai Mei instigation skills were quite good. Ao Wan's expression changed. Then she got up and rushed out of the cave. Clearly, she was going to confront Long Outyen. Looking at Ao Wan's departing figure, Bai Mei smiled and said, Just as Prince Jun expected, everything is going according to his plan. Prince Jun, I will definitely complete your mission. Bai Mei rested her chin on her hands. She couldn't wait to receive Jun Xiaoyao's praise and hug. Chapter 399. After hearing Bai Mei's words, Ao Wan went to look for Long Outyen. Of course, she was not so direct as to question him directly. Instead, she beat around the bush. As expected, when Princess Longji was mentioned, Long Outyen's attitude changed. As a woman, Ao Wan knew that Princess Longji was the most important person in Long Outyen's heart. She, on the other hand, was just a woman that Long Outyen had met by chance. After that, Ao Wan returned to the cave. Bai Mei was still standing at the entrance of the cave. Why, do you believe me now? Bai Mei smiled. Why did you tell me all this? Ao Wan looked straight at Bai Mei and said coldly, If Princess Longji was not around, you would have a chance to become the most important person in Brother Outyen's heart. Bai Mei said, You mean you want me to kill Princess Longji? Ao Wan's eyes were cold. Why not? Bai Mei said, So this is your goal. Ao Wan seemed to have seen through Bai Mei's thoughts. Bai Mei was not afraid at all. She shrugged and said, I admit, I am jealous of Princess Longji too. I want her dead. What right does she have to win Brother Outyen's heart? Of course, I am not ambitious. I am satisfied with being a concubine. But what about you? You are the noble daughter of the dragon human race. Are you willing to be like me? Hearing Bai Mei's honest words, Ao Wan fell into deep thought. Indeed, this seemed to be Bai Mei's goal. If I do it and Prince Long finds out, won't he hate me even more? Ao Wan said, That's simple. Don't you dragon men have a lot of prestige in the immortal ancient world? You just need to command a few elites from the immortal ancient world and lure Princess Longji into a trap. Killing her will be easy. If we don't say anything, who will know that you were the one who sent people to kill Princess Longji? It had to be said that Bai Mei's plan was flawless. Although Princess Longji was strong, the elites of the immortal ancient world were not to be trifled with. Because of the environment of the immortal ancient world, the elites of the immortal ancient world were generally stronger than the elites of the outside world. Ordinary geniuses from the immortal domain really couldn't defeat geniuses from the immortal ancient races. Not to mention, there was the support of the array. It was not impossible to kill Princess Longji without anyone noticing. You put in so much effort just to make me kill Princess Longji. Aolwan still felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it, because Bai Mei had indeed confessed her motive. She wanted Princess Longji dead. She also had sufficient reasons and standpoints. I'm just giving you a suggestion. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. Just don't be sad when you see Brother Aotian pursuing Princess Longji, Bai Mei said nonchalantly. Aolwan's beautiful eyes flickered. To be honest, she had only spent a few days with Long Aotian. However, Aolwan had truly fallen deeply in love with Long Aotian. When fate arrived, there was no stopping it. Aolwan was also certain that Long Aotian had feelings for her. The thought of Long Aotian possibly wooing Princess Longji made Aolwan's heart ache. As a noble and proud daughter of the dragon human race, she had a strong desire to monopolize everything. Aolwan had never thought that Long Aotian would only like her. But at least, Aolwan had to be the most important person in Long Aotian's heart. As for Princess Longji, she could not exist. To a certain extent, this was similar to palace intrigue. In order to win the emperor's favor, those concubines would think of ways to harm other concubines. All right, I understand. But let me say this first. This is our secret. If you leak it out, not only will I tell Mr. Long that you were the one who suggested it, I will kill you personally. Aolwan's gaze was sharp as she stared at Bai Mei. Bai Mei giggled. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Princess Longji is our common enemy, isn't she? Hearing this, Aolwan's expression softened. She was finally relieved. Aolwan was also a decisive woman. Since she had decided to do it, she would do it cleanly. There was still some time before the immortal ancient Dao lakes erupted. This was also the best time for Aolwan to make her move. Next, Aolwan began her plan. She first found an excuse to leave for a while, and Long Aotian did not suspect anything. To Long Aotian, he only needed to rest quietly and wait for Aolwan to bring him to the immortal ancient Dao lakes. Aolwan came to a mountain range, took out a golden token, and injected her dermic powers into it. The golden dragon-shaped totem on the token began to emit light. Previously, when Aolwan was trapped in the killing array, she could not use this token because of the array formation's obstruction. Now it came in handy. Just as Aolwan activated the token, somewhere in this area, all of a sudden, the boulders began to tremble. Then the boulders began to stand up, as if they were made of stone. This was a branch of the immortal ancient race called the Rock Demon race. This is the dragon human race's heavenly dragon token. Once this token is used, it can summon all the races in the surrounding area. You guys go and take a look, said a Rock Demon race elder. The experts of the immortal ancient races could not leave their race's land. Only the younger generation could move freely. Yes. Several rock demon prodigies agreed in a low, muffled voice. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation level was at the late-stage true immortal realm. This cultivation level had already surpassed more than 90% of the immortal domain's prodigies. As for comparing with Jun Xiaoyao, because he was an anomaly, there was no comparison at all. In addition to the rock demon race, the nearby thunder ape race, wind spirit race, and Vajra race also sensed the fluctuation of the heavenly dragon token and sent out their younger generation to investigate. The dragon human race was extremely prestigious and authoritative in the entire immortal ancient world. Among the immortal ancient races, they were also a leading race. Therefore, as the noble daughter of the dragon human race, Aolwan had the ability to summon prodigies from all over with the heavenly dragon token. Soon, the prodigies of the 4 races arrived. In addition to the rock demon race, the prodigy of the thunder ape race was shaped like an ape, and his entire body was surrounded by the power of lightning. The prodigy of the wind spirit race did not have arms. Instead, he had a pair of green wings and green whirlwinds circled around him. The Vajra race had a hard body and was a race of metal spirits. To a certain extent, they were similar to sacred spirits. For example, the reincarnation sacred spirit of the Holy Spirit College was originally made of reincarnation Tao metal. The Vajra race, on the other hand, was made of diamond. When the prodigies of the four races arrived and saw Aolwan, they all cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, noble daughter of the dragon human race. What orders do you have?" Aolwan nodded in satisfaction after sensing the cultivation levels of the prodigies of the four races. In order not to leak the secret, Aolwan naturally could not send the prodigies of the dragon human race to kill Princess Longji. The prodigies of the four races were strong enough. "I called you here because I want you to do me a favor. Help me kill someone." Aolwan narrowed her eyes, and a murderous look flashed across her eyes. In her opinion, Princess Longji was already a dead person. Chapter 400. Kill. The sky prides of the four major tribes exchanged glances with one another. They were all a little surprised. In the immortal ancient world, the dragon human race was extremely domineering. Whether it was the prodigies of the outside world or the races of the immortal ancient world, almost no one dared to provoke the dragon human race. Now, which ignorant fool dared to provoke the noble daughter of the dragon human race? You don't need to know too much about the details. You just need to help me kill. That person is called Princess Longji. She can be considered a top prodigy of the outside world. You can't fail miserably. Also, to ensure that you can kill her, you can lure her into a secret killing array. Aolwan said. Hearing Aolwan's words, the prodigies of the four races did not find it difficult. Their cultivation levels were higher than the prodigies of the outside world. In addition, the prodigies of the four races worked together and had the support of the killing array. Killing a prodigy of the outside world was too easy. Even if it was a top prodigy, they were confident that they could kill him. Don't worry, noble daughter. Of course we will help you. The prodigy of the Thunder Ape race cupped his hands. If you do well this time, I can give you more of the immortal ancient Tao Lake. Aolwan said. Hearing this, the prodigies of the four races were pleasantly surprised. They also coveted the immortal ancient Tao Lake. Although the four races each had a piece of land in the immortal ancient Tao Lake, it was not a good piece of land. Even if Aolwan only gave them a small piece of the core area, it would be invaluable. This deal was simply too worth it. Oh, right, there's one more thing. When you kill Princess Longji, don't tell anyone that I ordered you to do it. Aolwan reminded. We understand. The prodigies of the four races cupped their hands. Then they left and began to plot against Princess Longji. The immortal ancient races were local tyrants. It was easy for them to find out Princess Longji's whereabouts. Seeing the backs of the prodigies of the four races leave, Aolwan's lips curled into a cold smile. Once Princess Longji was eliminated, Aolwan would be the only one Long Outyin could rely on. How can the man I want be snatched away by another woman? Aolwan thought coldly. She is indeed a noble lady of the dragon human race. She can easily determine the life and death of a top heavens prideling with just a few words. At this moment, Baimeyer walked up and said with a smile. Aolwan raised an eyebrow and looked at Baimeyer. I hope you know your place and don't play any tricks. Otherwise, you may become the next Princess Longji. Baimeyer shook her head and smiled. She did not mind Aolwan's threat, because she had already achieved her goal. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao calmly sat cross-legged on a cliff. Next, there will be a good show to watch. Jun Xiaoyao stood up and looked into the distance with a smile. Aolwan thought that Baimeyer was on the first level while she was on the second. Little did they know that Jun Xiaoyao, who was standing behind Baimeyer, had long been hiding on the fifth floor, controlling everything from the shadows. In the next few days, the heavens' favorites of the four different kinds began to move as well. They chose the location of the array and found out where Princess Longji was. In an undulating mountain range, a beautiful silhouette was fighting against a beast. That silhouette was Princess Longji. She wore a palace dress that accentuated her slender waist. Her figure was beautiful and alluring. Her silky hair fluttered in the wind, accentuating the elegance of a dragon princess. Her peerless face was shrouded by a blurry aura. However, the aura that was emitted from her body carried a powerful pressure. Princess Longji's cultivation level was at the initial stage of the true immortal realm. She was even slightly stronger than Long Ao Tian and the others. Of course, this was understandable. Princess Longji was an ancient freak. Her cultivation level was already one step ahead of the current generation's heaven's favorites. Moreover, she had also refined a drop of the ancient emperor of the azure dragon's blood. Her current cultivation was no longer the same as before. Princess Longji waved her hand and a golden dragon seal slammed down. The beast flipped over and its body cracked. Princess Longji may be slender, but after consuming the ancient king's blood, her physical strength was terrifying. Compared to other beasts, she was 100 times more terrifying. After slapping the beast to death, Princess Longji looked at a small tree growing in the mountains. There was a dragon snake fruit on the tree. It was beneficial to her cultivation. That Long Ao Yin still wants to work with me and conquer me. He doesn't know that I don't need to rely on anyone. Princess Longji muttered to herself. She was proud and arrogant, but at the same time extremely confident. Even though she lost in the battle with Jun Xiaoyao, she did not give up. Instead, she gritted her teeth and continued to cultivate. Princess Longji now had the confidence to face Jun Xiaoyao again. Her only target now was Jun Xiaoyao. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was the only person who had left a mark in her heart. As for Long Ao Yin, although he was a Zulong prodigy like her, he was just a passerby. Princess Longji also hated Long Ao Yin's gaze, which was filled with lust. If Long Ao Yin was not a prodigy of the lair of Zulong, Princess Longji might have slapped him in the face. Forget it. I'll pick this dragon snake fruit first. Princess Longji shook her head and got ready to pick her spoils. Just then, a gust of wind blew past. The next moment, the dragon snake fruit on the small tree disappeared without a trace. Who is it? Princess Longji's hair fluttered in the wind. Who was it that had the guts to pick her peaches midway? You're the famous ancient freak, Princess Longji? In the distance, there was a green whirlwind. In the whirlwind, there was a humanoid creature with green wings. His feet were like bird claws. The dragon snake fruit was in his claws. This youth was a prodigy of the Wind Spirit clan. He was a late-stage true immortal. Immortal ancient clan? Princess Longji frowned. In the immortal ancient world, the immortal ancient clans were the local tyrants. They were more troublesome to deal with. Although the powerful beings of the immortal ancient clans couldn't leave their clan grounds, the younger generation's prodigies had higher cultivation than the prodigies of the outside world. They also knew the environment and secrets of the immortal ancient world very well. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, the prodigies of the outside world wouldn't want to offend the prodigies of the immortal ancient clans. Princess Longji didn't have much interaction with the immortal ancient clans. She didn't understand why they would provoke her. The prodigy of the Wind Spirit clan scanned Princess Longji. His eyes were filled with surprise. Princess Longji's figure and aura were too outstanding. Her breasts were high, her waist was slender, and her legs were as white as jade. Her bare feet touched the void. She was like a peerless beauty carved from jade. One couldn't help but want to lick her from head to toe. Thinking that such a peerless beauty would soon fall, this Wind Spirit clan prodigy felt that it was a pity. But thinking of his mission, he still said, "That's right. Do you want the dragon snake fruit back?" "It was mine to begin with," Princess Longji said coldly. "How about you accompany me for once? If you serve me well, not only will I return the dragon snake fruit to you, but the Wind Spirit clan will also provide you with protection." The prodigy of the Wind Spirit clan purposely provoked her. "How dare you?" Princess Longji shouted, and her chi of the peak of the true immortal realm exploded. As the high and mighty Princess Zulong, she was the descendant of the ancient emperor of the Blue Dragon. How could she endure such humiliation? Even if he was a prodigy of the immortal ancient clans, she would still kill him. Die. Princess Longji shouted coldly. She wanted to kill the prodigy of the Wind Spirit clan. Chapter 401. One had to admit that Princess Longji had a bold personality. She was like a queen. She would kill even the prodigies of the immortal ancient races. Princess Longji reached out and used the anti-dragon hand. The golden dragon claw grabbed at the wind spirit prodigy. The waves were shockingly strong. True god lesser perfection. The wind spirit clan's prodigy was also surprised and shocked. Princess Longji was much stronger than the other prodigies. They were not on the same level at all. No wonder the noble lady of the dragon human race said that we should lure her into the killing array. It seems like that is the case. The wind spirit prodigy was shocked. If they did not set up the array beforehand, they would suffer heavy losses even if they could kill Princess Longji. The prodigy of the wind spirit clan also used his divine ability to resist this wave. A green wind blade shot out and tore the void apart. However, they were all destroyed by the golden dragon claw. Uft! The wind spirit prodigy spat out a mouthful of blood. He flapped his green wings and turned to run. The wind spirit race was naturally compatible with the laws of the wind, so they had a great advantage in terms of speed. Seeing the wind spirit clan's prodigy leave in a flash of green light, Princess Longji did not hesitate and chased after him. The wind spirit prodigy offended her and even stole her dragon snake fruit. Princess Longji's anger would not be appeased if she did not kill him. Of course, Princess Longji was no fool. She knew that the wind spirit prodigy might have gone to find other companions. However, Princess Longji was very confident in her own abilities. Even if there were a few more people, she would not be afraid. You dare to provoke me? Don't even think about living. Princess Longji's eyes were cold. Next, it was a game of one running and one chasing. Before long, the wind spirit prodigy was chased to a canyon. The wind spirit prodigy gritted his teeth and entered the canyon. Princess Longji frowned and stopped in her tracks. She scanned the area with her divine sense, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. As expected, she could vaguely sense a few auras in the canyon. Their cultivation levels were not weak. Do you think I will be afraid just because you have a few people lying in ambush? If she did not sense the aura, Princess Longji might have hesitated. But since she could sense his aura, Princess Longji had nothing to fear. With light steps, she entered the canyon in a flash. However, not long after entering the valley, Princess Longji's expression changed. In the void, there were faint, incomplete formation runes flashing. Then, streaks of sword chi burst out from the void. Killing array? Princess Longji finally realized that she had fallen into a trap. The real killing move was not the auras hidden in the dark, but the incomplete ancient killing formation. As expected, he walked right into the trap. Around the canyon, 4 young figures appeared. In addition to the prodigies from the Wind Spirit clan, there were also prodigies from the Rock Demon clan, Thunder Ape clan, and Vajra clan. The 4 of them were the strongest young geniuses of the 4 major races. Among them, the weakest cultivation was all late-stage, true god realm. The genius of the Lightning Ape tribe had even reached the complete, true god realm. It could be said that with the combined power of the 4 of them, in addition to the slaughtering formation, the 4 of them would be able to kill the 3 of them. It was not impossible to kill Princess Longji. Princess Longji reacted immediately. As she dodged the sword chi in the killing array, she said coldly, "How dare you plot against me? Who ordered you to do this?" Princess Longji had no enmity with the 4 major races. She had no interactions with them. There was no need for the prodigies of the 4 major clans to deliberately target her and lure her here. It was obvious that someone was behind this. Hee, you are indeed smart. Unfortunately, we cannot tell you. The Thunder Ape Tribe's prodigy chuckled. Aolwan had instructed them not to tell anyone about her. Naturally, they would not tell anyone. Princess Longji's mind turned over, but she could not figure out who it was. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to provoke her, much less plot against her. If she had to guess, could it be? Princess Longji's mind flashed, and she gritted her teeth. June, Xiao, Yao. Princess Longji's eyes were cold. Other than June Xiaoyao, whom she had fought before, Princess Longji could not think of anyone else who would target her like this. With June Xiaoyao's scheming personality, it was possible that he was the one behind this. June Xiaoyao, with your capabilities, you can fight me fair and square. Why do you have to resort to such despicable methods? You're such a despicable person. Princess Longji shouted. The 4 major races prodigies looked at each other suspiciously. Who was Jun Xiaoyao? However, they did not think too much about it. They prepared to surround and kill him. Princess Longji did not know that in the dark, the real mastermind, Aolwan, was observing from the shadows. Who is Jun Xiaoyao? But that's fine. This is good. Aolwan was surprised too. She had never heard of Jun Xiaoyao's name. However, this was just as well, as no one would suspect her, Aolwan. On the other side, Bai Mei was observing as well. Inside the valley the battle had begun. Princess Longji was trapped in the array. Not only did she have to defend against the array, she also had to defend against the attacks of the 4 major races prodigies. The 4 major races prodigies did not enter the array. Instead, they attacked from the outside, trying to exhaust Princess Longji. The wind spirit race's prodigy flapped his wings. Countless green blades of wind whizzed out, sweeping across the sky. The diamond race's prodigy punched. Many sharp diamonds shot out, enough to turn a mountain into a hornet's nest. The rock demon race's prodigy raised his hands. The earth's energy surged, forming a giant rock. He threw it out, enough to crush everything. The thunder ape race's prodigy raised his hand. Lightning surged, forming a long lightning whip. It stretched for thousands of feet, whipping towards Princess Longji. The 4 major races prodigies' combined attack was extremely powerful. Out of all the prodigies who entered, not many could withstand it. Princess Longji felt a sense of danger. Even though she was an ancient freak with a strong foundation, she was still in danger against such an attack and the array. Princess Longji used the True Dragon Grand technique. Dense dragon chi surged in the air. She used the Ancestor Dragon Breaks the Heavens. A terrifying Ancestor Dragon shadow appeared, filling up the sky. The Ancestor Dragon reached out with its claw. The powerful ripples made the 4 major races prodigies' expressions change. After refining a drop of the ancient Dragon King's blood, Princess Longji's True Dragon Grand technique was clearly several times more powerful. Kaboom! This place was in an uproar. The entire canyon was rumbling and shaking. Terrifying dermic power rippled in all directions. The 4 major races prodigies all retreated, their blood boiling. However, this ripple seemed to affect the array even more. The runes in the array flashed even more intensely. Thousands of terrifying sword chi appeared, attacking Princess Longji. Damn it! Princess Longji's expression darkened. This array was extremely powerful. Princess Longji would not be able to break out in a short period of time. With the 4 major races prodigies harassing her, Princess Longji might really be trapped and die. Thank goodness we listened to the Dragon Human Clan's princess. Otherwise, we would be in danger. The Thunder Ape Clan's prodigy sighed. Without this array, even if they could kill Princess Longji, at least 2 or 3 of them would have died. Slash! A thick sword chi sliced through the air. Even though Princess Longji had used a defensive technique, her arm was still grazed. Blood spurted out. "Damn it, Jun Xiaoyao, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will cut you into pieces." Princess Longji was filled with hatred. To her, Jun Xiaoyao was too cunning. How dare he trick her like this? However, what everyone did not know was, in a hidden void several hundred miles away from this place, Jun Xiaoyao stood calmly with his hands behind his back. He smirked as if he was watching a show, watching Princess Longji struggle in the killing array with great interest. Chapter 402. What an interesting sight! Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. It was rare for an ancient freak like Princess Longji to be in such a sorry state. Other than the time when she was defeated by Jun Xiaoyao, this was the second time she was in such a sorry state. When Lei Mingyuan saw this scene, he secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Jun Xiaoyao didn't even lift a finger. He used a few tricks to make an ancient freak so miserable. It was terrifying just thinking about it. He could have defeated her with brute force, but he chose to toy with her. Lei Mingyuan sighed. Those who were on the same side as Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of security. But if she was his enemy, then it would be tragic. "You are the son of deity. You killed Princess Longji without shedding a drop of blood." Lei Mingyuan continued to flatter. "You think my goal is to kill Princess Longji? That's too simple." Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and chuckled. "What? That's not your goal?" Lei Mingyuan was stunned. He thought Jun Xiaoyao was on the 5th level, but Jun Xiaoyao was probably on the 10th level. This kind of shrewdness was too deep. It made one's hair stand on end. Let's continue watching the show. Princess Longji isn't in such a bad state yet. Jun Xiaoyao said. On the other side of the valley, Princess Longji naturally wouldn't give up. She continued to resist. After consuming the ancient emperor's blood, Princess Longji's abilities increased exponentially. Killing her was no longer an easy task. The heavens' favorites of the 4 clans were all having a hard time. Of course, Princess Longji couldn't escape the array. All in all, as long as this drags on, Princess Longji would be at a disadvantage. And as time passed, the power of the killing array seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Even Princess Longji began to show signs of injury. Blood dripped from the corner of her lips. She did indeed have many powerful protective items, but because of the rules of the immortal ancient world, she couldn't use items that exceeded her limit. Thus, Princess Longji could only rely on herself to escape, but she just couldn't get away. As time passed, Princess Longji became more and more miserable. She coughed up blood. There were also many sword wounds on her snow-white, jade-like body. The fresh blood contrasted against her jade-like skin, and it was extremely glaring. Damn it! Princess Longji's hair danced in the wind, her expression cold. Other than the time she was tortured by Jun Xiaoyao, Princess Longji had never been in such a sorry state. At this moment, the formation runes within the killing formation flickered. Sword chi converged and turned into 1,000-long ray of sword light. It slashed down on Princess Longji. Princess Longji used the Dragon Emperor's supreme technique, the defensive mystique of the Dragon Emperor's codex, the eternal golden dragon shield. The golden dragon soared into the sky and coiled around itself to form a golden dragon shield. The sword light struck the dragon shield, but it only lasted for a moment before it was broken. Puchi! Princess Longji stumbled backward and spat out blood. She was heavily injured. The power of this formation exceeded the upper limit of the true immortal realm. Even Princess Longji could not withstand it. Her body was severely injured. Good chance. Seeing this, the 4 races' prodigies' eyes lit up. Naturally, they would not miss this opportunity. The heavens' favorites of the 4 different kinds all exploded with their most powerful techniques. Terrifying vibrations rolled out and transformed into destructive waves that headed towards Princess Longji. Feeling the vibrations, Princess Longji's eyes finally revealed a trace of despair. Am I going to die here today? Princess Longji gritted her teeth. As the first ancient freak to be born, she could have been the first to rise up and become the most dazzling existence. But meeting Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have used up all her luck. Her journey here had been bumpy. Now she was on the brink of death. I'm finally going to die. In the dark, Aol Wan's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. However, just as Princess Longji was about to lose all hope, a sword light sliced through the air. It was not the sword light of the killing formation, but the sword light of the immortal Slayer's sword technique. With a loud boom, the four races' combined mystique was sliced apart by the sword light. Then, a gentle male voice rang out with a hint of a smile. Princess Longji, you're looking rather pathetic right now. In the void, a figure in long white robes and hazy immortal chi appeared. It was Jun Xiaoyao. His hands were behind his back. His handsome face was filled with interest as he studied the disheveled Princess Longji in the formation. Jun Xiaoyao. Princess Longji's beautiful eyes stared deadly at Jun Xiaoyao. She was about to spit fire and her teeth were about to shatter. As expected, Jun Xiaoyao showed up at the very last moment and taunted her. This was enough to prove that the mastermind was indeed Jun Xiaoyao. However, the other four races' prodigies were just as surprised as Princess Longji. Who is he? The four races' prodigies were all stunned. They did not know who Jun Xiaoyao was or why he suddenly appeared. Behind them, Lei Mingyuan was also extremely surprised when he saw the scene. He did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to appear at the last moment. Wasn't Princess Longji his enemy? Logically speaking, Jun Xiaoyao should be happy to see Princess Longji die. Lei Mingyuan was a little confused. Jun Xiaoyao did not play by the rules. On the other hand, Princess Longji was about to explode. Jun Xiaoyao had tricked her, and now he showed up to mock her. This was killing her. However, in the next moment, Princess Longji was stunned, because the four races' prodigies had spoken. Who are you? What do you want? Asked the wind spirit's prodigy. There was a trace of seriousness in their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was like an abyss. They could not understand him. Noisy. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was calm as he pointed his finger. The Thunder Emperor's finger, the top offensive technique of the Thunder Emperor's grand mystic power, was executed. A giant finger of lightning was formed, and with lightning speed, it headed towards the Wind Spirit clan's heaven's favorite. The Wind Spirit's prodigy did not even have the chance to react or escape before he was killed by the finger and exploded. The whole place fell into a dead silence. The other three races' prodigies' minds buzzed and they were tongue-tied. The late-stage true god of the Wind Spirit's prodigy was killed by this young man who appeared out of nowhere with a finger. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Attacked together, the Thunder Ape race's prodigies shouted. The Rock Demon and Diamond race's prodigies attacked at the same time. The three races' prodigies charged towards Jun Xiaoyao together. Princess Longji was dumbfounded at the sight of this. What's going on? Princess Longji was confused. Wasn't the mastermind Jun Xiaoyao? Why was he attacking? In the dark, Aol Wan's heart skipped a beat as she gasped. The strength of this young man who appeared out of nowhere was way too terrifying. He killed the Wind Spirit's prodigy with a single finger. He's Jun Xiaoyao? How can there be such a strong prodigy in the outside world? Aol Wan was in disbelief. As for Bai Mei, although she controlled her expression, her eyes were filled with fanatical adoration and admiration. Everything was going according to Jun Xiaoyao's plan.